I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. I've broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Talk myself in, I talk myself out. I get all worked up, then I let myself down. I tried so very hard not to lose it. I came up with a million excuses. I thought of every possibility. And I know someday that it'll all turn out. You'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, that I'll give so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. I might have to wait, I'll never give up. I guess it's half timing and the other half's luck. Wherever you are, whenever it's right, you'll come out of nowhere and into my life. And I know that we can be so amazing. And baby, your love is gonna change me. And now I can see every possibility. And somehow I know that it'll all turn out. And you'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, I'll give so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. They say all's fair in love and war, but I won't need to fight it. We'll get it right, we'll be united. And I know that we can be so amazing. And being in your life is gonna change me. And now I can see every single possibility. And someday I know it'll all turn out. And I'll work to work it out. Promise you, kid, I'll give more than I get, than I get, than I get, than I get. Oh, you know it'll all turn out. And you'll make me work so we can work to work it out. And I promise you, kid, just haven't met you yet. Oh, I promise you care to give so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. Yeah, I just haven't met you yet. What I want, you've got, and it might be hard to handle. But like a flame that burns a candle, the candle feeds the flame. Yeah, yeah, what I got, full stock of thoughts and dreams that scatter. When you pull them all together, and how I can't explain. Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true. Well, you. Oh yeah, you make my dreams come true. Well, yeah. On a night when a bad dream become a screamer, when the messing with the dreamer, I can laugh it in the face. Twist and shout my way out and wrap yourself around me. 'Cause I ain't the way you found me, and I'll never be the same. Oh yeah, well, 'cause you make my dreams come true. Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true. Oh yeah, well, listen to this. I'm down on my daydream. Oh, that sleepwalk should be over by now. I know. Yeah, yeah. You make my dreams come true. Oh yeah. Waiting for you, girl. Oh yeah. You make my dreams come true. Me, you, me.
Sunrise, sunrise, looks like morning in your eyes, but the clock's held 9:15 full hours. Sunrise, sunrise, couldn't tempt us if it tried, 'cause the afternoon's already come and gone. And I said, ooh, to you. Surprise, surprise, couldn't find it in your eyes, but I'm sure it's written all over my face. Surprise, surprise, never was something I could hide. When I see we made it through another day, then I say, ooh, 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 to you. Now the night will throw its cover down on me again. Ooh, and if I'm right, it's the only way to bring me back. Ooh, 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 to you. Ooh, yeah. To you.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 For People of Color Conference hosted by Pepperdine University Caruso School of Law. Although you are not joining us in person at our beautiful campus in Malibu, California, we are so excited for the blessing of technology that allows you to join us on Zoom today so that we can continue this, our third annual conference. We are going bigger, we are going better, and we are so excited to have you with us as Caruso Law is on the rise throughout Pepperdine. Today, we are so pleased to have a variety of speakers and a wonderful program for you that will expose you to all the different ways that you can work to be admitted to the law school, to be one of our wonderful students. First, I'd like to introduce the Dean of our law school, Paul Karen. Dean Karen is a wonderful human being. He is an excellent jurist, but more than that, he is devoted to the cause of diversity in our profession. At this time, Dean Karen will do the introduction, and he has joined us for the past 2 years and is happy to continue joining us in the future. Dean Karen.
Thank you, Dean Richards. As Dean Richards said, I so wish that we all could be on our campus here at Pepperdine. So I wanted to show you a taste of our campus this morning. As Dean Richards said, this is a very exciting time in the life of our law school. As Dean Richards said, we are on the rise. We have risen further and faster than any private law school in the country. I'd like to share this morning 2 things about diversity and inclusion in legal education and in the legal profession. But before I do that, first, I want to talk about As our students know, I'm a huge fan of Hamilton. And in fact, I would not have become dean of the law school if I hadn't seen Hamilton in the summer of 2016. I love several things about Hamilton. As some of you know, Lin-Manuel Miranda had previously written In the Heights. It won the 2008 Tony Award for the Best Musical. As a result, he got invited to the White House in 2009 by President Obama to come sing a song from In the Heights. And instead of that, he did this.
I'm thrilled the White House called me tonight because I'm actually working on a hip hop album. It's a concept album about the life of someone I think embodies hip hop, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. You laugh, but it's true. He was born a penniless orphan in St. Croix of illegitimate birth, became George Washington's right-hand man, became Treasury Secretary, caught beef with every other founding father, and all on the strength of his writing. I think he embodies the word's ability to make a difference. So I'm going to be doing the first song from that tonight. I'm accompanied by Tony and Grammy-winning music director Alex Lacamoire. Anything you need to know, I'll be playing Vice President Aaron Burr, and snap along if you like. How does a bastard orphan son of a whore and a Scotsman dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean by providence, impoverished and squalor, grow up to be a hero and a scholar? The $10 founding father without a father got a lot farther by working a lot harder, by being a lot smarter, by being a self-starter. By 14, they placed him in charge of the trade and charter, and every day while slaves were being slaughtered and carted away across the waves, all Hamilton kept his guard up. Inside he was longing for something to be a part of. The brother was ready to beg, steal, borrow, barter. Then a hurricane came and devastation reigned, and our man saw his future dripping down the drain. Put a pencil to his temple, connected it to his brain, and he wrote his first refrain, a testament to his pain. When word got around, they said, this kid is insane, man. Took up a collection just to send him to the mainland. Get your education, don't forget from whence you came, and the world is gonna know your name. What's your name, man? Alexander Hamilton. His name is Alexander Hamilton. And there's a million things he hasn't done, but just you wait, just you wait.
How cool is that? He's invited to the White House by the president to sing one song, and he says, no, I think I'll do a new song that he's working on, and that song was Hamilton. And as you all know, it became a huge cultural phenomenon in our country. One of the songs in the play illustrates what's so special about legal education.
I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens.
Unfortunately, during COVID-19, this is a virtual room where it happens for the moment. For 50 years, Pepperdine Law has been known for a great faculty. For over a decade, the Princeton Review has done an annual survey of over 20,000 law students throughout the country to rank law schools by a number of measures, and one of them is the quality of their professors. Every year, Pepperdine ranks near the top. This year, we are #1 in our accessibility to our students outside of the classroom, which of course is especially important now during COVID-19. We're ranked #11 in our teaching and #2 overall, combining accessibility and teaching. The final aspect of Hamilton that I want to mention is how the great diversity of its cast played a huge role in its extraordinary popularity, with Black actors playing George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and other founding fathers. I want to talk now just a bit about diversity at Pepperdine Law. Although we have much more work to do, we have made great strides in recent years. Our first year class this fall is 51%, 53% female, 47% male, 32% students of color. The percentage of total students of color at our law school across all our programs is 39%. And then here are some other facts about our incoming 1L class. Our faculty is diverse, not only in gender and racial terms, but it is also diverse in our faith backgrounds. Most of our faculty are Christians, but we also have 4 Jewish faculty, as well as Muslim and Sikh faculty. What's also important in these times is ideological diversity. And Pepperdine Law has the most ideologically diverse faculty among the nation's 200 law schools. That was explained in a 2018 Law Review article by faculty at Stanford, Chicago, Northwestern, and Harvard, who examined campaign contributions by all law school faculty. The article found a sea of blue with 80 to 90% of campaign contributions at most law schools going to Democratic candidates. This chart is a snapshot of the top 15 law schools. And again, you can see it's a sea of blue with very little red. This final chart shows how Pepperdine Law's faculty is the most ideologically diverse among the nation's 200 law schools. 25% each of our faculty's contributions went to liberal candidates, moderately liberal candidates, moderately conservative candidates, and conservative candidates. This ideological diversity has never been more important than it is today, and for 50 years has been one of Pepperdine's Law's core distinctives, along with being a law school both grounded in our Christian faith and a law school that is welcoming to students and faculty of all backgrounds and faiths. This is how one of our students has put it.
My experience at Pepperdine has been an interesting one, and I was raised in a traditional Muslim household, and coming to Pepperdine, I was nervous that I didn't have a place here and I wouldn't be able to make this law school my home. And I was wrong. I feel very celebrated here, and I feel that Pepperdine as a law school really takes a proactive role in creating platforms for me to come speak for students from different faiths. They have programs or meetings such as Interfaith where Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, atheists come together and talk about faith and what brings us together and how we celebrate the things that make us similar rather than divide us. And it's very, very hard to find that at a law school when you are dealing with stress and finals and all these pressures of law school. You want to find a home and you want to be celebrated and you want to be included. Pepperdine takes a proactive role, and I'm grateful to be here for that.
I would like to end with some exciting news. Last October, we received an historic $50 million gift from Rick and Tina Caruso that will enable us to bring in even more diverse students through a greatly expanded scholarship program. In February, we announced that we would give 50% scholarships for all admitted students from Spelman College, Tuskegee University, and Morehouse University. Today, I would like to announce 2 new scholarship programs to greatly expand the pathway for diverse students at Pepperdine Caruso Law. First, we will now give 50% scholarships for all admitted students from all 106 historically Black colleges and universities. In addition, we will give 100% scholarships for up to 5 admitted students from HBCUs. We cannot be more excited at the prospect of greatly expanding the number of students of color at our law school, and we hope many of you will join us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Karen. I was reminded that I was so excited to begin that I neglected to introduce myself. And so for those of you whom I may not know, my name is Shalak Richards. I am Assistant Dean of Student Life, Diversity, and Belonging here at Pepperdine Law. And again, welcome to the For People of Color 2020 conference hosted by Pepperdine Caruso Law. A few small guiding points throughout the day. Please feel free to interact with us through using the chat box and also the Q&A. If you've reviewed the agenda, you may have noticed that we have 2 scheduled Q&A times, one that will be following our admissions and financial aid presentations, and then another later in the day for more general questions. However, please feel free throughout the day to put any questions that you may have in both the Q&A and the chat so that they can be gathered for those scheduled times. At this time now, I'd like to talk a little bit with our admissions department about how you can enter, as Dean Karen put it, the room where it happens at Pepperdine Caruso Law. After a brief introductory video, you will hear from Nicole Cerleto Chavez, Director of our Admissions Department, and Mackenzie Claus, who is Admissions and Communications Manager here at Pepperdine Caruso Law. We will have that video and then immediately this admissions presentation, and then immediately following that, we'll hear from Bernice Hernandez, a representative from our financial aid office who can help you understand how to finance this great education. At this time, we'll have an introductory video and then you'll hear from Ms. Cerleto Chavez and Ms. Claus. Thank you.
J. Caruso School of Law at Pepperdine University, a truly unique school where we strive to ignite in students a lifelong passion for law. Our unmatched location on the Pacific Ocean in beautiful Malibu, California, is the perfect place for your studies and growth as a professional. Newly renovated in 2018, the law school is perched atop the iconic Pepperdine campus. You are greeted by our open and spacious atrium, the heart of the building. From here, you can access every part of the school. Many classes are held in Caruso Auditorium, a state-of-the-art space equipped with modern audiovisual equipment, high-speed Wi-Fi, and a charging station at every seat. All of our classrooms are located in this building and within a short distance from each other. Pepperdine Caruso Law is also home to the globally recognized Strauss Institute for Dispute Resolution, where JD students can earn a certificate or joint master's degree. Strauss also enrolls students from around the world in its Master of Laws programs. We offer 11 clinics where students can get real-world experience handling legal matters in areas such as disaster recovery, appellate law, and domestic violence. The 3-level Harnish Law Library houses valuable resources for students, including the largest conflict resolution library in the world. We also have digital and audio textbooks, printing and scanning technology, and a variety of study spaces available. All of our librarians also have their Juris Doctor degrees and are empowered to help direct students to the right materials. Our trial courtroom has everything needed for a fully functioning courtroom. Mock trial competitions and training occur here, and the space has recording technology so students can review their own work. Faculty members foster a strong sense of community at Pepperdine Caruso Law with an open-door policy. Professors are always willing to meet with students. In fact, many of them live right here on campus and often invite students into their homes for small gatherings and special events. Our administrative offices are open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and include financial aid, student life and events, and the Dean's Suite. In our career development office, our counselors have spent years in law practice before joining the school. They help students with career counseling, job placement assistance, and professional development coaching. From the atrium, you can visit our campus bookstore or head outside to the terrace. The famous Pepperdine view doesn't get any better than this. Not only is the law school terrace a beautiful spot for study, but it's also the scene of many gatherings that help build our unique sense of community. In addition to a mini gym and student lounge in this building, all of the facilities on the Pepperdine campus are available to law students, including the larger gyms, libraries, cafeterias, and swimming pools. Shuttle transportation is provided around campus and even stops in Malibu several times a day, so students can hit the beaches, go shopping, or or experience the Malibu life. On-campus housing is just across the street from the law school in the George Page Residential Complex. Apartments have 4 bedrooms and come fully furnished. As you can see, Pepperdine Caruso Law has all of the resources you need to succeed in your legal education. Thank you for visiting. We look forward to seeing you in person.
Hi, good morning all. Thank you again for joining us here today from, it seems like all over the country. This is so wonderful that we're able to offer this program to so many of you since we're online this year. My name is Nicole Starletto Chavez, and I'm the Director of Admissions and Student Information here at Pepperdine Caruso School of Law. And I'm going to introduce our section today. We're going to go over our programs that we have to offer here at Pepperdine, and then we'll jump into some admissions information and how to apply. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague in the financial aid section. So I'm going to just share my screen really quick. Okay, excellent. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mackenzie Claus.
Hi everyone, my name is Mackenzie Claus, and I am the Admissions and Communications Manager here at the Pepperdine Caruso School of Law. I'm going to go over some of our degree programs. So we have a variety of different programs and different tracks that you can take here at Pepperdine. So with our Juris Doctorate program, there are 3 different tracks that you can take. You can do the traditional 3-year program, which begins in August of every year. We have our accelerated JD program, our 2-year program, which begins in May of every year. This is a 6-semester program, continued straight. So you'll take all 6 semesters back to back. And then we have our extended JD program. So students can do the dual degree program. So we have the JD with the Masters of Business Administration. We have the JD Masters of Dispute Resolution. And then we have the JD and Masters of Divinity. We also have the JD with the Masters of Public Policy. Please note that you do have to apply to each of these schools separately to be considered for the dual degree programs. We also offer a variety of different certificate programs. Some are listed here. We have, please note that these can be taken alongside your JD. They can be taken in place of your elective courses, and all of them can be completed within 12 to 14 units. Just to dive in a little deeper, we have our specialized programs. So we have our Entertainment, Media, and Sports Law program, which has become increasingly popular because of our location to LA. We have our Palmer Center for Entrepreneurship and the Law, which is offered for students who are interested in business, entertainment, finance, real estate. Sudro Global Justice Institute, which is a chance for students to gain hands-on experience advocating for human rights. We also provide worldwide opportunities for our students to study abroad. We have students studying abroad in Germany, London, and also Washington, D.C. And then, of course, we have our Paris Institute for Professional Development, which is a program that supports students with their becoming a leader in the professional world. I'm going to pass it over to Nicole.
Okay, so just some nuts and bolts on applying to Pepperdine. So we do require an application fee, and we are happy to announce that we've waived the application fee for all applicants this admission cycle. So you won't be prompted for that when you apply. You do apply through lsac.org. That's where our application lives. You do have to fill out a bio demo portion of the application, and then you complete, sign, and date it. And with that, you'll upload your resume, your personal statement. We do have a Pepperdine specific optional statement, which I'll get into in the next page. And then we do require a standardized test. So we accept right now either the LSAT, which is also the LSAT Flex, which is being offered online, and then the GRE that also is being offered online during this time. If you choose to take the LSAT or the GRE more than once, we will only consider your high score. We don't take the average of the scores. We do require 2 letters of recommendation, though you can submit up to 4, and those get sent directly to LSAC, and they are part of the Credential Assembly Service. So within that CAS report, it does include your letters of recommendation, all of your undergraduate transcripts, that any work that you take that goes along with your undergraduate degree. A little bit more information on the optional statement. So we understand that a lot of students probably are applying to several schools. And if you want to keep your personal statement more generalized to why you're applying to law school, we encourage you to do that. And so the optional statement is a way for you to explain and just describe why you're applying to Pepperdine specifically and what you could bring to our community. We recommend if you do include an optional statement that it's anywhere from a paragraph to a page, of course, double-spaced, 12-point font, the font easy to read, etc. Some notes on our medians. So each year at the beginning of the fall, the medians are based on the current 1L class. So this year, our 1L class started with a 162 and a 3.68, but you can see also the 75th and 25th percentile listed here. So there's a range of scores and cumulative undergrad GPAs that our current students have. Just a note on the GRE, if you do choose to take it, we recommend that you land kind of near the 85th percentile because that's equivalent to about a 162. This is the second year that we are, or excuse me, now that this is the third year that we're accepting the GRE, we just have a few students in the first year and second year class that have taken the GRE. That's why we don't have a median to the GRE. But again, if you get an LSAT or GRE within the 85th percentile, then that's definitely deemed competitive. And I'll make a note on that in just a minute why that's important. Some dates to consider. I recommend maybe screenshotting this if you'd like, but of course these dates are listed on our website. So the traditional 3-year program, which also includes the extended option, and our accelerated JD program, the priority deadline each year is February 1st, and and then the final deadline is April 1st. We do require, if you are accepting a 3-year program, 2 seat deposits, and those deadlines are listed there. For the accelerated 2-year program, there's just 1 seat deposit because the program begins usually the 3rd Monday of May. And I'm going to turn it over in just a moment to my colleague Bernice to speak a little bit more about financial aid, but I first want to touch upon our scholarships. So we have a few scholarships that students are automatically considered for when they apply to Pepperdine. Though to note, the one on top, the Faculty Scholars Award, it does require a second application. The 3 others listed, no additional application is required. It's just once you apply, the admissions committee is considering you for one of those 3. So the Faculty Scholars Award, there is a due date this year, it's January 11th, 2021. And it's just, if you are offered the scholarship, you will receive full tuition plus a $7,000 living stipend, which is pretty important, and Bernice will get into that in just in a minute. But it's those who can demonstrate academic excellence and personal achievement. If you're chosen as a finalist for a Faculty Scholar Award, then you are invited to a weekend in Malibu where we host you. It's sort of an interview with us, and then we interview you sort of situation. And if you're chosen as finalist, then that is a wonderful scholarship opportunity. The Dean's Merit Award, for those who are considered for this scholarship, it is based strictly on merit. So your cumulative undergrad GPA plus your standardized test score, that high test score, again, not a median, determines how much you can be offered. And it ranges anywhere from a quarter to full tuition coverage. And then the Dean's Excellence and the Caruso Scholars Award, both of those consider your merit, so your GPA and standardized test, but it really is more about increasing the breadth, depth, and diversity of our student body. But those 2 scores, the GPA and LSAT or GRE, can determine how much you can be offered. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Bernice.
Hi, everybody. So I am so excited to be here today. This is my first time at the For People of Color conference, but I really am so excited to see that so many people have been able to sign on and come see us at Pepperdine. So this is great. My name is Bernice Hernandez, like Nicole and everybody else said. So I'm the Financial Assistance Administrator here at Caruso Law. And I have been doing this for the last 4 years. And yeah, so I want to share with you guys just like some tips, tricks, maybe like some knowledge on how to apply for financial aid, what you should be looking for, and what you should know. I am a first-generation college graduate, and I went to graduate school first in my family as well, so I know it can be a daunting process, but really it's pretty simple once you get the gist. So first off is you got to think about, you know, the cost of applying to law school. So even before you even start law school, you have things that are going to cost money, like test prep courses, the LSAT and GRE test registration, the CAS service fee, and application fees, like Nicole said. So some schools will waive them. Some schools will have, waivers that you can apply for, and fee waivers and all that stuff. And you can also get fee waivers for some of the registration fees for other things. So I would definitely look out for that. And do your research, you know, and if you don't know if a school has a fee waiver, it doesn't hurt to ask. So definitely do that. And then you want to think about enrollment seat deposits too, right? Because once you choose a school or you're thinking about choosing a school, they're going to ask you for its seat deposits. So all of this to say that you need to prepare before you even go to law school for the costs associated with applying to law school. And once you are headed to law school, we want to think about how are we going to pay for law school, right? So one of the most popular ways that students pay for law school is through federal assistance. So if, you want to fill out the FAFSA. If you are a US citizen or an eligible non-citizen, you will be eligible for federal loans. Because it's graduate school, they don't provide free federal aid anymore. But you have two options of two different loans. So the federal unsubsidized Stafford loan gives you $20,500 per academic year. And then the federal graduate plus loan will let you borrow up to the maximum cost of attendance. So like, let's say you're applying to school, the cost of attendance is $80,000 for the academic year. You're borrowing $20,500 from the unsubsidized Stafford, and the rest would come from the graduate plus loan, if you so choose to borrow it. Again, the cost of attendance is tuition plus living expenses. So the cost of tuition is just set per school, right, per academic year. And then the rest is really up to you. So if you're living at home or if you're living on campus, it's going to cost you different amounts. But usually the school's cost of attendance is pretty much set on what it costs to live in that area. And then another thing to mention for the federal graduate plus loan is that it's a credit-based loan. So right now is a great time to like get all your credit stuff in order. They only look at adverse credit, so you want to make sure you're not defaulted on any student loans, and that you have your like credit cards and all that stuff just in good standing. They don't have to be paid off or anything. They're not going to look at your credit score. They just want to know that you are not defaulted on anything. And because the CARES Act enacted the 0% interest rate for through December, if you have any student loans that you're paying right now or that are in repayment, they have gone into forbearance and they're not accruing interest. So you just want to check with your servicer that your loans are in good standing right now, so that when you apply for law school and the Graduate Plus loan, if you choose to take that one, then you're in good standing to get it. Then the other option, if you're not federal aid eligible or would rather choose partially federal aid and partially private loans, is going to a private lender. So this, we usually let you guys apply whenever you want. I mean, a private lender, you can apply anytime during the school year, but we usually suggest that you guys apply at least a month prior to the start of the semester, because that way we have enough time to originate the loan and get you the money before the school starts and before tuition is due. So for private loans, credit checks are a requirement. They do check your credit score, and the interest rate is going to be based on your credit, solely on your credit. So some ways to get better interest rates are to ask your parent maybe to co-sign for you, or another family member that maybe has really good credit. And then you want to pay attention to the interest rates, of course, and then pay attention to any payment requirements. So if they require payment while you're in school, do they have a grace period after you graduate school, because you will maybe not be employed yet. So how are you going to start making payments if you're not employed? So you want to think about all of that stuff before you accept a private loan. And then these are available to US citizens, non-citizens, as long as you have a US cosigner most of the time. So if you're a non-citizen and need a private loan, you need to have somebody who is a US citizen to be able to get that loan. And we have one organization that we work with, or one lending agency called Empower, and they usually help our students that are international or DACA to get student loans because they don't require a cosigner and they don't require for you to have US credit history. They have a few other different requirements, so you want to take a look at them if you don't fall into any of the other categories and are going to need some private loan assistance. Lastly, I just want to mention that private loans and federal loans cannot be combined. Like, you can't have all of the federal loans offered to you, so like up to the cost of attendance, and then another amount in private loans. So you could choose to like do half federal loans and half private loans and something like that, but you can't have both. Like, you can't have 80,000 in federal loans and 80,000 in private loans in an academic year. Yeah, just want to mention that because some people get confused. And then lastly, I think, or maybe I have another slide, I don't remember. I want to talk just about the resources that we have available through our partners at AccessLex. So I don't know if anybody has heard of AccessLex yet, but they are such a great resource for all lawyers to be, lawyers that have graduated, everything. So they have this program called Max Free Law, and I absolutely love it because it just has all of the free access to worksheets, workshops, the Diversity Pipeline Program Directory, and that in itself is a great resource because it lets you know what resources are available in your state, in your city, that maybe that most of are free and are helping you prepare for law school. So if you go and search there to see like what kind of things are available in maybe like LSAT prep, right? Free courses for LSAT prep, like, come on, like, you need this. So yeah, so that's like even just a great resource. And then the free access to the worksheets. So if you kind of can't really tell the worksheets that I put on here, but these are helping you estimate the costs for law school. So before you're applying to law school or while you're applying to law school, like, what is this going to cost me? It breaks it down in all kinds of categories. And then also like all the financial aid checklists. So did I complete all the stuff I need to complete for financial aid? And then they also have one that helps you compare law schools. So you want to compare like the costs of going to all these different law schools that you might have to choose from. So yeah, I just think they have some great resources there. And all you have to do is go on their website, which is listed there, the accesslex.org /max-pre-law. And you register, it's completely free. They don't ask you for anything. And you also have access to their coaches, which they are financial aid coaches, and they will help you with any loan information. If you have questions about repaying your loans or getting started to repay your loans or what kind of repayment plan you should be on, they will guide you through that for sure. And lastly, the calculator, the AccessLex calculator will let you put in how much each school costs. And you can see at the end, you know, like what the cost over 3 years maybe would be for attending that law school.
So Pepperdine is excited to announce that we have opened up a variety of different experiences for you to speak with our student ambassadors, admissions team, and our financial aid team. So we have virtual Zoom sessions that you can just hop onto with our student ambassadors to ask any questions in regards to what it's like to be a student at Pepperdine Law. We also have an opportunity for you to meet with our admissions team if you have any additional questions about applying or the application process. You can, again, just hop onto that Zoom link. You can visit law.pepperdine.edu to find those links. And we also have an opportunity for you to meet our financial aid team. If you email lawfinaid@pepperdine.edu, you can set up an appointment. Thanks.
Great, so we wanted to give you all a lot of time to ask any questions that you may have about admissions, the application, financial aid. Bernice, Mackenzie, and I are here to answer any questions. I already see some people in the chat and the Q&A, and I think our colleague Monique is going to assist us with some questions, and same with Mackenzie. So just ask away. We're here for you. That's why this day is happening. So we just want to help in any way.
Hi everyone, I'm Monique Sneevy here and I work with the events team at Pepperdine Caruso Law, and I'll get started with some of these questions here. Feel free to drop them in the Q&A box, or we will also take them from the chat box too. Our first question will be guided to either Nicole or Mackenzie. Maybe you guys could speak a little bit more to our international programs and any study abroad opportunities we have at the law school.
Great, I can speak on behalf of our international program. So Pepperdine does have a great international program, the university at large. So it's only natural that the law school does too. We see a lot of students study in London. We have a place in Augsburg that you can study, Augsburg, Germany. And we also have a place in Washington, D.C. that students can study. We sometimes don't even see students their second year because they've traveled to these locations for their both semesters. And of course, it doesn't cost any extra for you to participate in these programs. And you also don't have to be enrolled in a specific like certificate or program or anything like that. It's open to all JD students.
Something else to note, we do have our global opportunities with the Sudro Global Justice Program. And so we have students each year travel to Uganda, and they're also expanding that program. So you can spend a summer working for a judge and then doing our prison project. And we can provide more information on that, but we have a really robust website that provides a lot of information regarding our global justice program. All right, next question.
Thank you. The next question will also be guided to both of you. Could you speak more about the dual degree programs with the JD and MAs? Is it open to other MA programs outside of the ones listed or just to the ones listed?
So right now it's just to the ones listed. So our program at Caruso Law has partnered with the other programs listed there within the university, and the administrators, the deans, decided X amount of units would double count for the JD degree and then that master's degree. So right now those are the only dual degrees that we offer. Again, you do apply to both schools separately. A lot of them do accept, if they have a standardized test, they accept the GRE. So I would recommend maybe considering the GRE instead of the LSAT if you are considering a dual degree, just so that you only have to take one standardized test. But at this point in time, those are the only dual degrees that we offer within the schools at Pepperdine University.
Our next question is about deadlines for applications. Do they stay approximately the same every year, or do these dates change every year?
They usually do stay around the same every year. I think the last year was February 15th and April 15th rather than the first of those 2 months that we've adjusted by 2 weeks. But we do that honestly, we hope that it's to the benefit of the applicants. If you apply on the earlier end, and that gives you enough time to receive an admissions decision. Say you're waitlisted at 3 schools and admitted to a few others, and that gives you your whole spring term to be hopefully traveling to visit those schools. I really recommend whatever schools that you're admitted to that you go visit. Hopefully universities will be open in the spring, but that you can visit, sit in on a class, meet some students, and see yourself in that community. And that's why we have those deadlines for when they're set.
Thank you, Nicole. Now switching gears to a financial aid question. Bernice, maybe you can speak a bit about if you have a background that doesn't have the best type of credit, or you've had, say, like a bankruptcy on your file before, what is some advice moving forward with financial aid and applying for loans if you haven't had the best credit in the past?
Yeah, so of course we have students that have like hardships and need to, of course, get co-signers and stuff. So definitely for federal loans, you would want to, I think they consider bankruptcy in the last 5 years. So if your bankruptcy was in the last 5 years, you will be denied the Grad Plus loan upon applying for the credit check, but you can appeal. So if you are now in good standing, you can try and do an appeal with the Department of Ed. I often see appeals go through, and then if it doesn't go through, then your next option is getting an endorser or co-signer, so somebody else that can get you that loan for that semester. It doesn't even have to be the whole time, just at least for the first semester or for the first year, depending on when your bankruptcy was. And then if you wanted to go the private loan option, that would be a little bit more difficult, and you would need a co-signer if you want to get good interest rates, because they are going to look at your credit score for that. And that's, yeah, just a little bit more difficult, but definitely co-signers are usually the easiest way to go. But you also have the option of appealing a credit decision as long as all your accounts are in good standing after that.
Thank you, Bernice. The next question is about seat deposits. Could you explain a little bit more about what that is and how much that usually is?
Yeah, I can address that question. So our seat deposits are required because, well, first off, it's not anything that the university pockets. If you ultimately choose to attend Pepperdine and you've paid the 2 seat deposits, typically the first one is $400 and the second one is $600. That $1,000 goes towards your first semester's tuition. So we're, again, not taking it for our own, it's going towards your tuition cost. They are required just so that the university knows that you are committing to attend the university. Our first seat deposit, I don't know if many other schools do this, but our first seat deposit is half refundable if you choose to withdraw before the second seat deposit deadline. So you could receive up to $200 back if you withdraw by June 14th, 2021. But again, that total amount does go towards your fall tuition. And then if you accept the 2-year program, the accelerated option, that's an $800 non-refundable seat deposit. So if you withdraw before the start of the school in May, that money is forfeited to the university. However, if you choose to accept the 2-year program, and then after learning a little bit more details about like, oh my gosh, this program starts in May, I don't know if I'm ready to start that, and I want my summer to get things in order, and I want to start rather in August, it's a really easy transition to just tell our office that you prefer to do the 3-year program, and that $800 obviously will go towards your total $1,000 seat deposit. If you have any hardship, then just work with our office and we could do a payment plan. But it's just a way to show that you are fully committed to attending the university. But we do give you that leeway up until the second seat deposit to attend another school if you choose to do that.
Thank you, Nicole. The next question is about Pepperdine optional statements. So could you explain a bit more about what that entails, and is that different than the other statements that are included on the application, and how that differs?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about our optional statement. Our optional statement is different than our personal statement. Of course, the personal statement is required and the optional statement is not. We definitely encourage students who are looking to apply to Pepperdine to include an optional statement. Essentially, the optional statement just asks how is Pepperdine going to benefit from having you as a student? And I believe you all probably have great stories as to why Pepperdine would benefit from having you as a student. So I definitely would include all of that. But again, definitely encourage you to write the optional statement. It just gives you another opportunity to express to the admissions committee why you're a great candidate to have and a great student to have at Pepperdine. Nicole, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, one last note on that. We don't do in-person interviews or Zoom interviews with our candidates. So as Mackenzie mentioned, it's just a way for us to get to know you better. And this last year we received over 3,000 applications. So it's a way for you to stand out also. But again, it's optional. If you don't want to do it, we fully understand. You're probably applying to many schools and you have full lives. So do it as you please.
Thank you. The next question, if you could share a little bit more about the makeup of the students on campus. What's the average age group coming to Pepperdine Law? Are many of them working or not working? Kind of what does the makeup of the school look like?
Both Mackenzie and I can sort of tag team on this question. The current average age, I think this year of the 1L class is 24, but the range of age is 19 to 47.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, and then it is recommended by the American Bar Association, by the ABA, that students not work more than 20 hours a week if they're a full-time 1L student. So we do know students do work. We have a couple extended option students, so taking less units. We have students who are full-time parents also, and have partners and are married. But for the most part, for our full-time enrolled students, they don't work full-time because it's not required. Your job is to be a student, especially that first year. You are able to get externships and internships during your second and third year. Sometimes they can be paid. And so that's a great opportunity to be a full-time student while getting paid and getting law experience. Mackenzie, what else do you have to add?
Yeah, I just have some numbers for you all. We have a total of 518 students enrolled in the JD program currently. 52% of them are women. We also have a diversity of 32% and 18% are first generation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are some questions about taking the GRE and if you have to take different tests, if you plan to do an MBA and a JD, or just one test can cover both applications. And then also in regards to that, could you add on with the dual program, say an MA in your second year, or is that something you should apply for all at once?
I recommend, if you are considering any of our dual degree programs, just to look at the application requirements for the other program that you're looking at, because Pepperdine Caruso Law accepts the JD and the GRE. If you're looking at the MBA program and the law school, then just take the GRE. One test covers both applications. I don't think that all of the dual degree programs offer a standardized test or require a standardized test, like the dispute resolution or master's dispute resolution does not require a standardized test. And they actually, since they are housed, the Strauss Institute is housed within the law school, they can use a lot of the application materials that you've already submitted to the JD side. Like we share things within the law school. The other part of the question, if you want to start a master's degree after your first year, I think you just have to be careful on your timing. The point of doing the dual degree at the same time is so that traditionally a JD is 3 years and traditionally the MBA is 2 years. So if you take them separately, that's 5 years of education. If you do it together, then there's units that are co-shared by both schools. And so you're able to complete both degrees within 4 years. So if you want to do that MBA after your 1L year, I think you just have to be careful in regards to your timing to make sure that it is worth your time so you can do it within those 4 years. But if you apply simultaneously and you get accepted to both programs, then you can choose which program you're going to begin first. So you can choose to start at the law school or choose to start at the School of Graduate Studies.
Thank you. Next question would relate to your undergrad education. Do you have any advice, say if you have a lower undergrad GPA, and what would be some advice you have in that application?
If you are not confident in your undergraduate GPA, I definitely would say the admissions committee looks at the applications holistically. So everything is taken into consideration when viewing an application. So your undergraduate GPA is not the only thing that is taken into consideration. So your personal statement, resume, and if your optional statement, if you decide to use that. if you do have time, we definitely encourage students who are not confident in their undergraduate GPA to really focus on your standardized test that you're choosing to take, not only for admission, but for scholarship. Because our scholarships are merit-based, those two things will be taken into consideration. So if you have a strong LSAT or GRE, that'll definitely benefit you in the long run.
Thank you. Could you speak to a bit about certain classes that we have at the School of Law that have some different focuses? There's been some questions if we offer some immigration law courses or health focused courses. So if you could speak to a bit about some options that Pepperdine offers.
All of it. We definitely have our specialties and our certificate programs, which Mackenzie spoke about a little bit earlier, but we do offer courses in those areas. And I really want to highlight also our clinics. Those are wonderful opportunities to be taking courses, but also be working with clients directly. Mackenzie, could you actually link that in the chat? That might be helpful for students to see. But we have a variety of electives, like we have wine law, animal advocacy law, immigration law. So I'm trying to think, I know I don't teach, but I can just say that we offer such a variety and we have professors that are specialists in a lot of these areas. And yes, that was, I feel like I could go more into it, but I think really, I recommend searching our catalog, but we offer quite a variety of everything.
Great. There are some questions regarding, is it worth taking both the LSAT and the GRE?
I would honestly recommend to focus your energies into one or the other. The admissions committee will consider both if you have both scores submitted, but I think take practice tests in both just to see which one maybe you're excelling in, rather than splitting your brain, because I know that both tests test different areas. And that's my advice would just be to, if you can, just focus in on one if you have not taken either of them before. If you've taken both, excellent. To be honest, the admissions committee will probably put more focus on the LSAT, but they do consider, as Mackenzie mentioned before, they take a holistic view when reviewing the applications.
Thank you. I'm also seeing some questions pop up about application deadlines. Does it make a difference if you apply at more toward the end of the year versus say the beginning of 2021? Could you kind of run through, is it important to apply earlier in the year, or if you take one of the later LSAT test dates to apply a little bit later once you're ready?
It's totally up to you. That's why we have those two deadlines. The party deadline of February 1st is, again, so that you have ample time to apply for the admissions committee to render a decision, and application review time during the height of the admissions cycle can take 6 to 8 weeks. That's a long time, but the admissions committee, they're professors, and so they remain anonymous, and they are working and teaching, and then also working the admissions committee reviewing applications. So those deadlines are there so that you have enough time. But if you choose to take, I believe that the LSAT is being offered in March this year. That's why we have the April 1st deadline. So if you choose to take the March LSAT, excellent. Just, I think, put your effort and energy into studying for that LSAT and then submit your application. But it's completely up to you. Or another scenario is if, say, you apply in December or January and you didn't feel quite confident about maybe the LSAT that you took in the fall and you want to take that March LSAT, you're welcome to do that as well. You would just mark on our application, on your application, that you have a future LSAT, and you would decide whether or not you want the admissions committee to review with that current score that you have on file or to wait until your future LSAT. So it's sort of, each scenario is a little different. It's all personal to you. If you feel confident in your resume and your personal statement, you're ready to submit as is. Even if you have a future LSAT, you can do that, or wait to submit after you've taken that LSAT so you can focus your energies on that LSAT prep. I think the answer is, though, it's do whatever is best for you. We have those deadlines so that they can sort of be markers for you, but it's, and give you enough time in the spring to receive your admissions decision.
Nicole, we're going to do about 1 or 2 more questions here as we're starting to wrap up. Bernice, I do have some financial aid questions that have come through. Maybe you could speak a little bit to how does it work if you still have undergrad student loans? And then also what's about the percentage rate that students get financial aid at in law school or more general or more specifically in Pepperdine?
Yeah, I mean, if you still have undergrad student loans, or you currently have undergrad student loans, they should be in forbearance right now, as I was talking, if they're federal loans, as I was talking about earlier from the CARES Act, they're all on forbearance and 0% interest rate. If you can pay anything off, then that would be great. But if you can't, then, you know, that's okay. Just choose a repayment plan once they go back into repayment. And as for federal aid, I think 80% of our students, or like 82% of our students, get federal aid or assistance with federal loans. And then, yeah, and about the same percentage have scholarships too. So it's, you know, a combination of both that help pay for law school most of the time, because scholarships are usually a tuition only. So then students get some federal loans to help them with other educational costs.
Thank you, Bernice. I'm going to turn it back over to Dean Richards.
Thank you so much, Nicole, Mackenzie, and Bernice, for taking this time with us. I'd like to remind all attendees who may be thinking, oh my goodness, my question didn't specifically get answered in the chat box yet, that we will be having additional Q&A times later on today. So some of your questions that may have been geared more towards the student experience or how our programs and classes are being offered during COVID, those may be answered throughout the day as you hear from our students and Vice Dean Goodnow during the student panel this afternoon. I'll also be, along with members of our financial aid and admissions team, trying to answer some more of these questions in the Q&A. And it is our understanding that all attendees can see the typed answers that are given in the Q&A. So please, of course, feel free to keep an eye on that during the breaks and through the rest of the day. But we'd like to stay on time with the program because we want to honor and respect everybody's time. And so at this time, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Mr. Anthony Solana. Mr. Anthony Solana Jr. is the founder of For People of Color and serves as the chairperson of its board of directors. He is also the author of A Guide to the Law School Application Process for People of Color. Of course, you are all familiar with the organization as you would have gone to their website to register for today's event. And we are so pleased that this is the 3rd year we're able to partner with Anthony and For People of Color, and are so excited even. I lose my breath because I'm so excited to join in the great work that he's doing. Anthony received his Juris Doctor from UCLA School of Law, where he served as co-chair of the 7th Annual National Latina-Latino Law Student Conference and was a founding member of the National Latina-Latino Student Association. Anthony also founded For People of Color, Inc. during his first year in law school. His current practice focuses on labor and employment matters. He was the first person in his family to attain a college degree and Juris Doctor. However, despite all of these professional accolades, and there are more, Anthony is most proud of the fact that he was born and raised in East Los Angeles, California. I'm pleased to turn it over to Anthony Solana.
Well, thank you and good morning, and I appreciate that incredibly generous introduction. You're much too kind. Again, I'm so proud of the fact that our first virtual workshop, I wish we were in person, but that it's being done at Pepperdine, and thank you for hosting us and being so gracious and kind and so generous. I also want to thank personally the Dean Paul Caron, and his colleagues for a recent letter that they sent to the Supreme Court of California imploring them to be much more flexible with the upcoming bar exam and bar exams, given the unfortunate situation that we're all facing with COVID. But in particular, it's our colleagues who are aspiring to enter the profession are facing some monumental challenges given the inability to take the test in person. So with the leadership of Dean Caron and his colleagues of all ABA accredited schools in California, they are imploring the Supreme Court to institute some changes, which I think are absolutely necessary in order to ensure that our process is just and fair, which should be a hallmark of our profession. Good morning to everybody. I see that we have a really outstanding turnout. First of all, although I can't see you, I know that I know many of your stories, and the first thing that I'll do is, to the extent that it's worth anything to any of you, is congratulate you. Congratulate you for everything that you've accomplished thus far. The situation with the pandemic, I know, has complicated all of our lives to the nth degree, but we're also deeply fortunate and blessed to be together this morning on a virtual platform, that we have that ability. My goal for the next hour, and I do have an hour, so I don't know if I really will be able to get into any Q&A, but I know that you will have several sessions throughout the day to get your questions answered, is to give you an overarching overview of the admissions process as I see it. Although I work very closely with the law schools and I have a tremendous amount of respect for them, obviously, and my colleagues at the law schools, I'm not affiliated with any particular institution. I do have my own independent nonprofit. We have an independent board of directors. And because of that independence, I also frankly have my own perspective on these things, but also take it with a grain of salt. At the end of the day, this is all information that you should process and utilize as you see fit. At the end of the day, it's your career and it's your application. On that note, we did celebrate 20 years of conducting these conferences last year, or actually this year is our 20th year. Fortunately, we were able to get one live event done in the beginning of the year, literally a couple of weeks right before the March shutdown. So I am happy about that we were able to do that, but we are celebrating our 20th year. And I think one of the reasons we do have the staying power is because our message does resonate with students of color in particular. In essence, because we do provide information, at least from what I believe is a perspective that, if not altogether unique, is one that is informed by the perspective of being a person of color and a student of color, not only in law school, but in the profession, generally speaking. Many people ask me, how did this organization get started? And I think the origin story is important because it will inform, as a segue from what I just said, it will inform the reasons as to why I advise you to take certain approaches that some, that might be a little unique or you might not have heard of otherwise. I was in my first year at law school at UCLA, go Bruins. I did go to UC Berkeley for undergrad, go Bears. I'm very, very proud product of the University of California system. It's a very near and dear to my heart. But during my first year in law school, I was in the student lounge. And when you all go to law school, and hopefully one day you'll be able to go in person, there's literally an area where you congregate. And during a break at the law school at the time, they were holding an LSAT class. And during one of those breaks, I saw that the LSAT instructor was speaking to a student, and it was a student of color. And the student asked them, what does it take to go into your law school? And it wasn't UCLA, it was another school, rival school across town. You take a guess what school it was. And the instructor, and I think it came from a main place, but I think it came from an not a well-informed place, but the student asked him, what does it take to go to your law school? And the instructor said, well, I really don't know. And he should have stopped there, but he didn't. And then started causing some damage and said, well, I have to venture to guess you have to have an LSAT in the high 170s and you have to have a GPA of at least a 3.8 to 3.9. And I said, well, that's absolutely not true. That's not the case. I know for a fact that that is not the case. So of course I intervened and I spoke to the student, and long story short, he's a successful attorney now, and mentored him. But of course I needed to graduate from law school myself, and I couldn't just hang out on the student lounge all day. So after that, we started the nonprofit and wrote a guide, and one of my best friends from law school founded the organization, and here we are 20 years later. And that is ultimately our mission. My goal for each and every one of you on this Zoom conference, this virtual conference, is for all of you to be admitted to an ABA accredited school and to receive as much free financial aid as possible. That's my goal. Easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. But that is my overarching goal, and everything that I'm about to describe in the next 50 minutes or so is designed and geared towards reaching that goal. Because ultimately, if you don't have a goal in mind, what direction are you going to be headed towards? And that's the direction that I want to point you to and head toward, and be zealous and deliberate and thoughtful as to how you do that. Before I delve into the mechanics of the application, there is one topic that I need to address head on. And that is, unfortunately, the pernicious and poisonous and devastating effects of insecurities and self-doubt. Insecurities and self-doubt, especially in the midst of a global pandemic where so much of our lives has been upended, surfaces really comes to the fore. And unfortunately, the way it manifests itself is we commit acts of self-sabotage. And in the law school application process, unfortunately, the way that manifests itself is by committing acts and by taking steps that are not helpful and not conducive to you preparing your best application. And to be a bit pointed, for example, the pernicious and devastating effects of procrastination, or not taking this process seriously, or not taking yourself seriously. And although this is not designed to be a counseling session, but also to be a bit more pointed and blunt to the extent that I have the liberty to do so, or to the extent that I have any credibility with any of you. And I speak from personal experience and the experience of doing this for 20 plus years and working with students. I see this time and time again. Sometimes failure is a little bit more comfortable because that's what's been expected of us and not necessarily success. And look at what you're aspiring to do. Many of you will be the first lawyer in your family. Many of you will be or have been the first graduate of a college or university in your families. Many of you are the first person to go to school in your families. Congratulations. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. But there's unfortunately a lot of, for lack of a better term, baggage that's associated with that. And unfortunately, it manifests itself in some fairly devastating ways. So I just want to put that out there, that I don't have a solution to it. I wish I did. But I think sometimes just having an honest and candid conversation is a good medicine in and of itself. What I will share with you, which I think I have found not only personally healing, but also something that I hope will assist all of you in navigating those very, very choppy waters, is not only to be proud of yourselves and everything that you have accomplished, and truly have it come from a genuine place, but also understand that being underestimated is an enormous advantage, and it's counterintuitive. Many of us were told early in our academic careers that we were not going to amount to much. Many of us have had those very difficult conversations with those ill-informed counselors. But also, to be positive, we've also have had wonderful, hopefully wonderful mentors and experiences with those individuals that support us and love us deeply. Being underestimated is a gift if you utilize it. And especially when you're a litigator. One of my favorite stories is when I was early in practice, one of the partners that I worked with is an incredibly well-regarded litigator. And just for fun, or not even for fun, it's his passion, he takes on, he's the type of litigator that companies go to him when they have a big trial coming up because it's literally bet the bank. Pro bono work, he focuses on cases in the Central Valley of California, and for a stretch, he was doing police brutality cases. And he's so good that once cities found out that he would be on the case, they would settle immediately because they knew what would end up happening to them if they went all the way with him. He shared with me a story that early in his career, he showed up to a deposition and opposing counsel essentially ignored him. And opposing counsel stated loudly, I wonder when counsel's going to show up so we can get started. He's like, well, I've been here all the time, let's get started. And he just absolutely decimated him. They were not expecting him. And I think that's an enormous advantage to all of us, that they don't see us coming. Also, never forget, each and every one of you is an absolutely precious member of our community. You're absolutely invaluable. Again, be incredibly proud of yourselves and everything that you've accomplished. I know for a fact that I'm incredibly proud of all of you, even though I can't see you, but I know many of you, and I know your stories. And I can say with absolute certainty that our community is incredibly blessed by your presence and everything that you do on a daily basis, and will continue to do once you're members of this of our profession. Now, talk about the impact of COVID. And the next topic I'm going to discuss is the LSAT. And I could probably already even virtually see the stress level just go through the roof, through the virtual roof. I mean, talk about watershed moments. For the longest time, the LSAT was literally a number 2 pencil with the little fill in the bubbles, and you would go physically on site and take the test. And those things radically changed in 2019 when the LSAT finally went electronic, but you would actually have to go to a testing site, et cetera, et cetera. And talk about a disruptive event like COVID, where virtually overnight there were, I think, two LSATs were canceled, and now we have essentially a truncated version of the LSAT via the LSAT Flex. I think the overarching strategy or the overarching issue is still the same in terms of preparation. You still have to thoroughly prepare for the LSAT. It's still critically important, something that you will need to take. Now, one of the things pre-COVID, one of the significant developments because of the radical changes that law school admissions faced during the first Great Recession, of seeing the dips and the changes in the admissions patterns, is now at least approximately 35 schools also accept the GRE. So one of the questions that comes up, should I take the GRE or the LSAT? I speak more towards the LSAT because that's still kind of the standard. But I think, for example, what's occurring in undergraduate admissions in terms of the SAT and ACT, that's what I foresee happening in law school admissions in the long term. We're not there yet, but that's what I do foresee. At the end of the day, you have to prepare for one of the exams. And my main takeaway here, and I will not start doing logic games with you, that's not what I do. But what I will share with you, and again, I do not make a dime from any of the test prep companies, and this is a passion of a labor of love on my end and for our board of directors. But to be pointed, you have to take a prep course. You have to take a prep course. And many of you are saying, well, I can just do it on my own, et cetera. And now there are some amazing resources online that were not available 20 years ago. And you're absolutely right. But I want you to have the structure, some structure of some type of preparation course or curriculum that forces you to take timed questions in as simulated to as close as possible to the actual administration of the exam. Because again, it's a little bit counterintuitive. What the test actually tests is your ability to take it under severe time constraints. And now online, right? So please don't walk into the exam cold, and please do not take it for the first time just to see what you get. People do that, unfortunately, and to their detriment. You might ask, well, Anthony, I can't afford to take an exam. You know, how do I do that? Well, I think that's where you utilize, again, your resources, and you are the empowered consumer. At the risk of sounding a little bit controversial, this is big business. In undergraduate admissions, colleges and universities spend $10 billion a year for recruitment matters. So even if the law schools are a fraction of that, it's big business, big money. There's a lot of ancillary businesses like LSAT prep companies that make a tremendous amount of money off all of you. You're the empowered consumer, especially now more than ever. So feel free to call the LSAT prep companies and ask them, do you offer scholarships or fee waivers or partial reduced payment plans, or et cetera? Again, you're the powered consumer. They want you as a customer. Even if they give you a 20% discount, you're still a customer, right? Well, Anthony, there's a problem with that. Well, what's the problem? I have these internal conversations with myself and the questions that I foresee that people may be asking. There's a problem with that. I don't like asking people for money. I'm a little bit shy. I'm a little timid in that sense. The only life lesson that I'll share with you there is I learned a long time ago, and I'm very blessed now, and I'm here at my home being with a stable internet connection and a laptop where I can do this virtually. I've been very blessed, and I thank my lucky stars every day. But I learned a long time ago that I would never be wealthy enough to afford to be shy and afford to be timid. And that's what I would impart on you. Being shy is extremely expensive, and you cannot afford it, especially now more than ever. So please be incredibly resourceful. The other thing, if you are going to borrow money from family or friends to take a prep company, then you obviously have to take it incredibly serious. You have to take it incredibly seriously no matter what, but especially if you're going to ask others to fund this for you, it's something that you should take incredibly seriously. Ultimately, it is your career. And and if I come off really seriously and really, frankly, hardcore about it, it's because it is a very serious topic, because I want you to do well. Again, my goal for each and every one of you is to be admitted into an ABA accredited school with a full financial aid offer, free money. And the way to do that is to be incredibly deliberate, thoughtful, and strategic. One other thing that I will offer about preparing not only for the LSAT, but the application process in general, is you need an incredibly strong support structure around you. I would venture to guess, and I think I would be accurate in stating the following. Many of you are the leader in your family. Everybody goes to you for everything. There's a crisis, they come to you. In many ways, you're already the lawyer of your family. You shouldn't. You're not admitted to practice. I don't want you to get in trouble. But grandma or mom gets that letter in English that needs to get translated. You're the one that's interpreting it. You're the one that's making the calls. You're the translator. You're already the advocate for the family, which is fantastic. That's going to serve you incredibly well. But this is the time right now in your life where you need help from other people, and you need them to support you for once. And to the extent that I have any credibility with you, I give you the freedom and the liberty for you to, quote, be selfish, but really not be selfish. Take this opportunity to focus on your career goals and ambitions, because it will ultimately assist your family and your community. But you can't take on the worries of the world. And I know it's easier said than done, especially everything that's going on right now with the economic uncertainty and all the life challenges that we're facing. But again, I think that's where you have to double down yet again on being really focused on your goals and utilizing every resource. And unfortunately, unless of course you have your own children, and they always will be your number one priority. That's not what I'm talking about. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're the EMT of the family, right? You go in on every battle and every emergency, and to the extent possible, people need to help you, and you need to allow them to do that for you, right? Again, not to get into too sensitive spots, but significant others are important. They can be incredibly resourceful and helpful during times. Other times may not. And ultimately you make those decisions as to this, whether your relationships are ones that are nurturing and loving and supportive, or maybe less than that. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm not trying to cause any breakups, but again, what I want to hear from the significant other right now is, oh, how did that conference go? Not, why are you wasting your time with that? All right, so I'll just leave it at that. And hopefully you have the partner who's saying, I want you to invest in yourself because that's a good thing for us and it's a good thing for you. Not giving you a hard time because you're investing in yourself and taking the time to have the audacity to want to go to law school. Imagine that. Now we'll delve into the admissions process. And again, I'm going to give you an overarching overview from a 30, 40,000 foot perspective. I know there's panels that are going to be much more granular, but I think this does apply to 100% of the law schools in terms of the general approach and the general strategy that I like to employ when assisting those that are applying to law school. Again, I cannot emphasize it enough. My overarching goal for each and every one of you is to get into an ABA accredited school with a full financial aid ride, as much free money as possible. But to get there, you have to be very strategic. Now, what has been the impact of COVID on law school applications? Originally, it was thought that a lot of people were going to defer, so this upcoming cycle was going to be even more competitive than it has in the past. There are some segments, some law schools are facing that. For the most part, we're not seeing those numbers yet. Numbers are up a little bit. It depends on the law schools, but it seems to be fairly even. I think that's also a function that we did see in the Great Recession in the early 2000s. When the economy is bad, people retreat back to school, or when people would defer for a year, they're going back to school because they might have lost their job, or it might not be the best time to be out in the job market. So I think the numbers will still remain stable, which means still competitive, right, at the end of the day. And that I go into every admission cycle assuming that it's going to be competitive. I mean, that's just a given. especially when you're applying to arguably the most rigorous course of study in the country, which is the study of the law. And if you look at the way the admission, it's ultimately to determine whether you can withstand and succeed in arguably one of the most rigorous courses of study that you can embark on. And I'm a little timid to say that because I don't want to stress you out even more than you already are, but also I like to be incredibly honest with you because ultimately that's what they're looking for. But I also say that with confidence because I know that each and one of you, as evidenced by the fact that you're here on a Saturday morning and investing this time, because you know for a fact that you can do this and you will do this and you'll be incredibly successful. The numbers are important. I do not want to sugarcoat this in any way, shape, or form. The numbers are important. It's a very numbers-driven process. There is a little bit more flexibility given that a lot of you, especially if you were still in school during the pandemic, especially when we went on full lockdown and all of us were sent home. Some courses were converted to pass-fail. I know that the law schools and they're accounting for that. So there are some adjustments because of COVID, but generally speaking, still your GPA, LSAT score, the metrics, the numbers are still incredibly important. But before delving into the mechanics of an application, I think it's critically important to also understand at the end of the day, what are they trying to assess? What is this all about? And I'll read you an excerpt of an admissions policy to see if we can tease that out a little bit. And it states, quote, in evaluating each applicant, the School of Law places substantial weight on traditional measures of academic ability, namely grades and LSAT scores. We also recognize in our evaluation that other factors and attributes contribute greatly to a person's ability to succeed as a law student and lawyer. When assessing academic promise and achievement, the applicant's entire file will be considered, including economic, physical, or other challenges that have been overcome, scholarly achievements such as graduate study, awards, or publications, the rigor of the undergraduate educational program undertaken, and letters of recommendation. So the numbers are important. There's also non-numeric factors that are considered, and hence where you are asked for a resume, letters of recommendation, and most importantly, the personal statement. Because if it were solely a numbers-driven process, what would they ask for? The LSAT and the GPA, and that would be it. But obviously they don't just ask for that. So the non-numeric factors are very important, but it is a numbers-driven process. Let's be clear, okay? But let's unpack this at the end of the day. Why are the numbers so important? At the end of the day, what are they driving towards? What I would submit to you is that ultimately it's an academic assessment of you. It's an academic assessment. Are you intelligent enough to not only survive, but succeed in one of the most rigorous courses of study in the country? I hope in your head, you're immediately saying, absolutely yes. But I know many of us are, well, maybe, I don't know. It's unclear. I hope for many of you, it's the former, not the latter. I would also submit to you that assumptions, unfortunately, play a key role in this process. Namely, if your numbers are high, the assumption is that you're incredibly intelligent. If the numbers are not that high, what's the assumption, right? But I would take it one step further. Is the assumption correct? Is the assumption correct? I can definitively say, at least for my case and for the case is of the students that I work with, it's a categorical no. The assumptions are not correct because the non-numeric factors provide context, not excuses, but context that is vital to fully assess your academic promise and potential, and frankly, intelligence. Your main point, and if you're writing anything down or typing anything on your notes, my main point that I want to drive home today is you need to develop an application strategy that will defeat any negative assumptions an application review committee or individual reviewer may draw from your numbers or other materials in your application. You need to defeat those negative assumptions, okay? Now, an admissions committee, it comprises of individuals. I always think of them sitting around this round table. I don't know why, that's always in my head. It's a nice, deep, rich wood, oak table. And that's just, maybe it's just my, my sense of decoration. But I always see them sitting around this table, and you're there via proxy, via your application, and they're discussing you. And typically it's members of the faculty. You might have the dean of the admissions committee or the dean of admissions. As most schools in California in particular, but I think also in other schools around the country, you will have a law student be part of the admissions committee. Whether they vote or not, it depends again on the individual law schools. And again, it varies widely as to what they're looking for. So I think it behooves you to really think who your audience is at the end of the day, because for all intents and purposes, the way you are presenting yourself is via your application. I'll get into interviews a little bit later, but for the most part, you will not be meeting all of the individuals in the admissions committee, right? And the way they're going to get to know you is via your materials, via your application. An advocate's role, and that's exactly what you are right now, you're your own advocate, or an attorney's role, is to zealously advocate for your client. And right now, the only client you have is yourself, or the only client you should be having is yourself. Again, I don't want you to get in trouble with the state bar of your respective jurisdictions. And therefore, you zealously advocate for yourself. You need to provide your advocates on that admissions committee, and you will have advocates, people that are fighting for you on that admissions committee to get you in with solid ammunition, solid material that they can use to advance your interests and advance your candidacy. Now, let's discuss strategy. I have a series of rules that I'm going to read to you, and some of them will probably seem incredibly intuitive, but I think I would be remiss if I did not bring them up because I think they're vitally important. My rule number one, and hold on, this is worth the price of admission, which I think it was free, so it's worth that, okay? Rule number one, absolutely no spelling mistakes or grammatical mistakes or any typographical errors anywhere in your application. Now that seems incredibly intuitive and common sense. Unfortunately, when you're in the throes of the application process and under an incredible amount of stress, sadly, common sense is the first thing that goes out the window. And when you're locked in fear and you're procrastinating and you're doing things last minute, errors will occur. I read some of the stuff that I wrote this morning, and I was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe, I made that error. Well, but I'm not applying to law school right now. I did that several years ago, which I don't even want to tell you how long ago it was because I'll be dating myself. But it's really critically important because, again, the role of assumptions. Say your numbers are not the best, and then within the first paragraph of your personal statement, it's unclear whether you're talking about weather or the weather outside. What do you think that does for your advocate? Are they going to be able to zealously advocate for you? And it really comes down to that sometimes. I've been told time and time again, and when I speak to members of admissions committee, what is the number one piece of advice you would give applicants is please, Anthony, tell them and implore them to polish up those applications and no mistakes. Because if the assumption already is that if your numbers are not strong, and quote, again, I put that in quotes, it's questionable whether you can withstand arguably one of the most rigorous courses of study in the country. And you have 4 or 5 typographical errors in the opening paragraph. Are you defeating negative assumptions? I'll let you answer that. All right. So it's a really important rule. I try to be a little bit funny about it, but it's a really important rule. My next rule is you need to apply as early as possible. Now, one of the things that did happen because of COVID is many law schools, I believe up to 40% of them extended their deadlines, which is great, extended their deadlines because they really got nervous about whether they were going to fill seats or not. I think right now it's unclear whether the level of deferments will make this process even more competitive. It's going to be competitive no matter what. But I want you to apply as early as possible. Obviously, they will not be able to accept you until you have a complete application package submitted. But law schools admit on what's called the rolling basis. So literally they have a number of seats and they start filling them as they go along. Typically, application season starts around this time, late September to October, and typically ends around February, March, although that's been extended as late as July. I don't know whether that will actually occur this time around or not. But again, it really behooves you to apply early for the following reasons. Number one, the largest number of seats that are available is early in the process, not later, because again, that number dwindles over time, right? Make sense? Number two, what I would argue is that the amount of discretion, anybody heard of Use News and World Report? Critically important. The amount of discretion that's allowed, I believe, is heightened, or it's at its apex in the beginning of the process versus later in the process. And the reason it being is I have known for a fact that people will get admitted early in the process that may not have the strongest numbers because the law schools will make it up at the end, right? Doesn't mean they will not admit people that they think are not qualified. Let's put that aside. All of you are qualified, but it's the level of discretion because they're formulating a class. Decisions are being made. There is discretion. Again, I would implore you to give yourself the advantage of giving them the benefit of looking at your application early and evaluating early in the process so maximum discretion can be utilized in evaluating your application. I hope that makes sense. And later in the process, at the tail end of the process, is the most competitive because you have the least number of seats and the least amount of discretion. You want to be at the front end, right? Typically, my deadline is around Thanksgiving-ish. Again, all this being said with the caveat of do not sacrifice quality for speed. That should be a given. The quality of your application supersedes everything else, right? So ultimately, it's about the quality application. But this is where I would challenge you. Do you really need more time, or are you just avoiding and delaying because you're scared, right? So again, I would implore you to have that really honest gut check with yourself. And ultimately, do we need to delay because we are polishing our personal statement, or are you delaying because you're scared? And I've been a victim of that too, trust me, and many of the students that I work with. So that's not a judgment. Nobody's judging you here. We're all human beings, and it's an incredibly stressful time. There's a lot going on, but I just want to put that out there just to be incredibly honest with all of you. And all of you will be very successful, trust me. My next rule is you need to apply for fee waivers. More now than ever. The law schools want you to apply. If for some reason you do not qualify for a fee waiver, literally email or pick up the phone. There's something about having somebody on the phone, right? I'm a little more old school. What can I say? Ask for the fee waiver. Just ask for it. Trust me, the $50, $60, $75 is peanuts compared to what you will be paying in tuition. They want you to apply. So ask them whether they'll be willing to waive the fee. Again, Anthony, I'm shy. I don't like asking for money. Shy is expensive. That might have just cost you admission because they can't admit you if you're not applying. And the reason I need you to apply for fee waivers is you're not applying to one school or two schools or three schools or four schools or five schools. You're applying to at least 10 to 15 schools across the country. Some of you might think that is extreme. It is not. It is not. And the reason I implore you to do that is for the following reason: the power of negotiation. The power of negotiation. Now, let me tell you a story. I'm getting a little older, so I like to tell stories. I applied to the University of Minnesota. I've never been there. I heard it's lovely. I heard it's incredibly cold, although I don't know what the global warming situation, but I probably wouldn't be doing very well in those deep winters in Minnesota. I'm a Southern California boy, and I have a very, very strict temperature requirements. But somebody gave me some really good piece of advice, and Minnesota is an outstanding school. And I got in, and surprisingly to me, were offering me an incredible financial aid package, a full ride, including lunch money. I mean, literally, I mean, and I don't miss meals, as you can tell. I mean, seriously, I'm a big dude and I do not miss any meals. It was vitally important to me. So I had that full ride in my pocket. And I'm going to pick on UCLA a little bit because they're my alma mater and I can. Once UCLA finally, it dawned on them that they hadn't let me in, this missed opportunity, right? I mean, my goodness, we're about to miss Anthony here. Once they finally came to their senses and let me in, and they were not offering me that lunch money, what did I do? Did I accept right away? Absolutely not. I used my big GRE words, and I called them up and I said, I'm facing a bit of a conundrum. I love that word. I'm facing a bit of a conundrum. Well, Anthony, what's the conundrum? My God, he knows big words. Look at that guy, right? Well, Minnesota's offering me lunch money. And to get very pointed, and at the risk of sounding controversial, but so be it, I hustled. And I played the law schools off each other because at the end of the day, when they admit you, they want you there. Even if they're giving you a scholarship, they want you there. Ever see those really beautiful brochures the law schools put out? Do this test. Start turning the pages, and count how many pages before you get to the people of color. I venture to guess they're usually within the first 2 to 3 pages. That's not a criticism, but look at the marketing materials. They want us in those brochures. And in my mind, again, I hate to sound controversial, but I guess I will. You invited me. You're gonna put me in your propaganda. You're gonna pay for that. Hate to be that direct. Hate to be that simple. Now, I am joking. Please don't go to the financial aid office and say, "Hey, I went to this conference, and I know you want my picture in your brochure. You got to pay up good money for that." No, please. You got to be very diplomatic and all that. But what I'm saying is, when you have a financial aid offer, like say one school offers you $10,000 and the other one offers you $0, one of the things that you do, especially as a corporate attorney or a litigator in settlement discussions, or as an advocate in life general, you don't leave a dime on the table. You will go back to the other law school and say, are you willing to match or exceed? And then you literally go up, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then you have law school C come in and say they offer you 25, then you go back to A and B. And you literally go round and round and round until you literally, they say no more. And then you go back around one more time just to make sure. And then you make your final decision. I would argue that you create those opportunities not only when you apply to Harvard and Yale, great schools, but when you apply only 2 schools, you limit your opportunities to get that one amazing financial aid offer that you can just use to play off the other schools to get that full ride. That's why I need you to apply to 10 to 15 schools, if not 20. I also need you to apply to schools outside of California. I know we're going through a lot. I know we had an earthquake last night. I know we're having these fires. We have this pandemic, but California is still a beautiful place, I must say. And I know this is I'm sure we have people from across the country on this thing. And I know all of you want to move out here to Cali. It's a great place to be. But for us Californians, you need to apply to schools outside of California. Most law schools want to be known as national schools, and therefore they want alumni from all over the country. Same thing, if you're in the East Coast, come to California. If you're in the South, go north. If you're north, go south. Again, they want regional diversity. One of the best pieces of advice, again, was to apply to Minnesota because I had never set foot there. And I was like this really interesting spotted owl. And I was like, look at this guy from LA, right? And they let me in. So, and I just don't speak from my own personal experience. I know for a fact that all law schools want to be known as national law schools, and therefore they need alumni from across the country. So use regional diversity to your country. Again, well, right now it's virtual. So I'm not even asking you to move anymore, right? And I hate to break it to you. I think this whole pandemic situation, just to editorialize a little bit, this is not over anytime soon. We're in this for the long haul. So you're gonna probably be in a virtual environment no matter where you're at. So you might as well apply. Literally nobody's asking you to move anymore right now, unless they go to a hybrid model. So more now than ever, use the power of negotiation. My final rule in terms of strategy, and this is really, really key, probably the linchpin of this whole thing, is realize that you're not inferior to anybody. You're incredibly intelligent. Be incredibly proud of yourselves. None of you is dumb. You deserve this. I didn't grow up with a sense of entitlement. I know a lot of us didn't grow up with a sense of entitlement. This is the time for you to be entitled. Not obnoxious, but zealous and knowing full well that you're worthy of this. And beyond that, that the law schools would be blessed, literally, to have you amongst their student population, amongst the class, right? And know that and believe it and approach it with that, because I think it really, that comes off in your materials when you have that level of confidence, right? Never forget that your role in this process is that you are your own best advocate. Take pride, again, in yourself, and which in turn should be reflected in the quality of your application materials. This also evidences a sophisticated understanding of the admissions process when you're focused on the quality of your application materials, okay? Every application, in essence, has 4 basic pieces of information. Number 1 are the good things that they know about you. Number 2 is the good things that, the bad things that they know about you. Number 3 are the, quote, the good things they do not know about you. Number 4 are the bad things that they do not know about you. Now, the first 2 are the numbers. The numbers are either high or they're not, right? What I focus on are the good things they do not know about you unless you tell them. That is the raw material of your application. That is the material that you utilize to defeat those negative assumptions. So to be a little bit more pointed, are you the first person in your family to graduate from college? Are you the first person in your family to graduate from high school? More importantly, beyond just adversity, what are your goals? Why do you want to be a lawyer? Why are you applying to law school now? That is ample territory and ample room for you to showcase your talents. And unless you tell them, because that cannot be derived from a GRE, LSAT, and GPA. That's your story. And therein lies your power. And that's my main point. That's my main takeaway. So focus on that. Now let's dive into the components, the actual components of the application. The personal statement is the cornerstone of your application. It's the cornerstone of your application. It's your story. Typically, some schools say that they'll accept 4 pages or 5 pages. Some say unlimited. I've never really read a personal statement that's great, that is that good, that goes beyond 3 to 4 pages. Usually, I like them tight, no more than 2.5 pages. And the reason why is because when you force yourself to write it down to 2 to 3 pages, it distills it down to its really core essence. And I'll go into that process a little bit. But it is the cornerstone of your application. It's supposed to be a rich portrait of who you are. Ideally, it's 2 pages, double spaced, 12-point font, nothing funky, nothing too creative, all right? And you may ask, well, what are they ultimately looking for? Well, it's really tough to tell because it is personal, hence why it's called a personal statement. But to the extent that you need some guidance, answer these 3 questions, not necessarily in this order, but I would like to see these questions answered somewhere in your personal statement, either via your story or the themes or your life goals or whatever it may be. Number 1, who are you? What are you all about? I want to know that. I want to get to know who this person is via the personal statement. What are your goals? Where are you headed? And most importantly, why law school? Why not public policy? Why not urban planning? Why not sociology? Why not a PhD? Why not an MD? Or you might be doing all those things. You might be doing the dual degree programs with an MBA, which is great, which is fine. But why law school? So namely, who are you? Where are you headed? And how's law school going to get you there? I think those 3 questions need to be answered, not necessarily in that sequential order, but in terms of you developing your theme. And that's another thing. I think there has to be a theme. What is your topic statement, ultimately, of your personal statement, right? Because I think it does have to be that well thought out. Again, my rules to the personal statement, just quickly. Number 1, please, nothing weird. Just nothing weird. And I'll let you take a guess as to what I'm going. So people do some weird stuff sometimes, and no, just, very standard. Rule number 2, no typo, spelling mistakes, or grammatical errors, again, for the reasons that I articulated a little bit earlier. Number 3, please do not procrastinate. You should probably have a rough draft of your personal statement now. If not, I don't want to make you nervous, but start thinking through, what is my story? Or write a list. Sometimes we do legitimately face writer's block, and it's not about procrastination. Write a list, start with number 1. Write this list today. All the good things about me that I want to tell, that I potentially will tell the admissions committee that they won't know unless I tell them. That's your raw material, right? You will continue to edit and edit and edit and edit again. You will share drafts of your personal statement with others. That really weird friend that actually knows how to properly use a semicolon, you're going to give it to that person so they can copy edit it for you. Okay? We don't submit law school applications without having somebody else read it. Anthony, I'm shy. This stuff is really personal. As you know, it's a personal statement. That itself costs you admission. I literally have had students turn in the same application where the key differences were they submitted it early because it was done a year ago. And number 2, they corrected all the mistakes and then they got in. It's really, really serious. I mean, it's borderline arbitrary sometimes. I mean, it definitely feels that way. So again, share it with your friends, share the drafts or mentors, right? It's really important. Another rule of mine, just don't summarize your resume. And I'll just leave it at that. It is a story. My next rule though, and I'm probably going to sound a little contradictory here. I love our family stories. Our family stories are great. I love reading about grandma and uncles and adoptive parents and these wonderful people. And, you know, these wonderful stories about my mom and dad, they came to this country, et cetera. And I mean, just amazing. I mean, just literally your eyes well up with tears. But there's nothing about the applicant. And unfortunately, as the reader, you're left to ponder, wow, this person's mother or father sounds amazing. Why aren't they applying to law school? Because I know nothing about the candidate. I don't know anything about the candidate. I hate to sound cold, but it's about you. Now, does that mean you can't relay your family story? Absolutely not. But it revolves, you're the center of the universe and everything orbits around you. So what lessons have you learned from your family and how are you embarking on this journey to advance those goals and those interests and those values? It's a different way of framing it. So you can still tell your family story, but I think from a different vantage point or a different thematic scheme, for lack of a better term. I'm incredibly proud of where I come from. I'm incredibly proud of my family story. But again, it's vital that you focus on yourself because ultimately you're the candidate. And again, it's an academic assessment of you, right? In terms of telling a story, I think the most powerful way of doing that is by utilizing the narrative style of writing. People love stories. Again, that attorney, one of my mentors early in my career, an amazing litigator. I remember one time he told me, Anthony, what do you think is the first thing I do with a case? And I'm like, I don't know, do the legal research. He's like, no, that's why I have you. You do that grunt work. What I do is I start thinking about the themes and I start developing the story. I start writing the opening statement. That's the first thing I do. And I'm constantly working on my opening statement until I go into that room with 12 in a box. And then again, pre-COVID, I mean, many, many years ago, back when you got actually getting cabs and all that, although that's obviously being done a little bit more now with a mask on. But he would tell, you know, in a cab ride, we didn't have Uber back then. Hey, do you mind if I share a story with you? And he would essentially give his opening statement to the cabbie. And I said, well, why do you do that? He's like, you know why I do that? Because guess who's going to be in that jury box? Who's going to be my juror? It's members of the community. You know, it's people. And people love stories. So let me read to you a sample introduction to a personal statement, one of the very compelling one, just to illustrate this point. The author states, the sun set 6 hours earlier, yet the temperature in Los Angeles remains an uncomfortable 85 degrees. An 11-year-old boy lies awake in the back of a family truck while his father and 2 brothers sleep next to him, with only a thin camper shell protecting them from the elements. The boy's family is undocumented, preventing the father from finding stable work. This is the underlying reason for the peculiar sleeping arrangement. Despite the obvious predicament, other thoughts interrupt his slumber on this night. Tomorrow, the boy will start school in this new country. Brimming with excitement, he looks ahead to the challenge of learning a new language and dreams of a bright future. His parents have told him that this country will offer open doors of opportunity. Though he is still exhausted from their journey by car from their homeland of Costa Rica, he looks forward to his new life. Worried about how he can help his family's financial situation, the boy decided to focus on school and learn English. With the ability to speak English, he rationalizes, will enable him to find work mowing lawns for the area residents to help contribute to his family's income. Satisfied with his newly conceived plan, he falls asleep. And then the author does this magnificent job of showing how he succeeded in college, all towards his goal, and that he wants to go to law school to advance his family's goals of achieving that dream that he started with the opening statement, with the opening paragraph. And I am exceedingly proud to tell you that he's a very successful attorney. He went in-house at a major media company in Los Angeles, Hollywood, and he's doing extremely well for himself. And I'm blessed to count him as a close friend. And that's one of the, frankly, why I've been doing this for 20 years is I meet these amazing people that are in my life and are now practicing attorneys and are doing magnificent things and achieving their life goals. And again, if somebody, and talk about being underestimated, somebody with that background that literally had zero coming to this country can achieve those aspirations, all of us can, right? But we just have to work for it. And I have to work for it incredibly hard. People love stories, and your stories are powerful. Your stories are incredibly powerful. Bank on that, right? Next component to the personal statement is you can prepare an addendum. Usually an addendum is a one-pager and with very specific topics. The one that I like to focus on, if you have a history of outperforming standardized tests, namely, for example, if you outperform the SAT, right, although that's going away, thankfully, but you have a history of having a strong academic record, focus on that. Now, to the extent that there's been bumps along the way in your academic record, explain that. What happened? COVID. I mean, I guess one of the few positive things of the COVID situation, it's impacted all of us. We're literally all in this together. It's a global pandemic, right? I mean, movies and books will be written for the next 100 years on this period of time. So all of us are literally in this together. But how has it impacted you? Not to make excuses, again, but to the extent that it's impacted your academic record, or you want to further contextualize your application, an addendum, a very short addendum is really important. So for example, one of the things that I faced was I worked a lot. I worked a lot, especially during my first 2 years, well, actually throughout college, but I worked a lot, and it took a hit. When you're working 80 hours a week to support a family back home, you're gonna take a hit. Again, not to make excuses, and I don't want anybody feel sorry for me. So what happened with me is my first 2 years, the grades were not that great, but then I skyrocketed at the end because I was finally able to find a job that paid a little bit more, and I wasn't working 80, I was only working 40. And I ended up graduating with honors at the end of the day. Go figure. Just submitting the GPA without any context, what would be the assumptions? And again, the whole point here is to defeat any negative assumptions about you. Think about that. Again, the raw material of your application are the good things that they do not know about you unless you tell them, and do not let them make any assumptions about you or your application, okay? Let me check the time here real quick. Okay. Interviews. If you get invited to an interview, please take it, right? Please take it. Some quick questions. They will ask you things like, what accomplishment are you most proud of? Tell us about a time when you make a difficult decision. What was your thought process in making that decision? I mean, really profound questions. This was a question that was asked, and I thought it was really, really interesting. If you can speak to the president about any policy, what policy would it be, and what would you say? Obviously, show up really prepared to the interviews, but take it. I mean, if you do get an interview, that's a strong indicator that at least they're interested in you, and please take it and prepare. Letters of recommendation, just quickly. This is an academic assessment of you. They want to hear from academics. Please do not submit an application without an academic reference. Now, if you've been out of school for 10, 15, 20 years, I could understand. But even then, I would still try to go back. Again, at the end of the day, this is an academic assessment. If y'all read from a policy from a law school, they state they require 2 to 3 letters, and they say at least 1 letter should be from someone familiar with the applicant's academic work, if at all possible. Now, what should the letters of recommendation state? 99.9% of letters of recommendation are positive. They really don't hurt you as much as they can potentially hurt. They really don't help you as much as they can potentially hurt you. And the way you can hurt is by, frankly, asking the recommender to send something in last minute. Obviously, the letter of recommendation should speak glowingly about your potential and who you are. And more importantly, this person is incredibly, incredibly smart, right? My next topic, and quickly because I'm running out of time and I do want to respect the break that you're about to have, are waitlists and waitlists. So what do most people do when they get waitlisted? They wait, right? Let me tell you a story. One of my final stories before my time is up. I was working with an applicant. I was still in private practice early in my career, and he got waitlisted at the University of Pennsylvania. Fantastic school. He reached out to me, and I thought it was a genius move. He submitted what I call a letter of continuing interest, basically an update letter, or now email. Call it whatever it is, whatever vehicle, whatever format they'll accept it. And in essence, I'm really interested in going to your law school only if it's true you are my preferred school, and if the money's right, I'll go. In essence, obviously in a much more articulate way. But then he thought to himself, I really would love to get a letter of recommendation from an alumnus from the school, an alumna or alumnus from the school. And I thought, that is genius. He's like, Anthony, do you know anybody? I'm like, I don't, but let me look at the law firm's directory. Turns out, guy down the hall, went to Penn. I mosey on down there, and I'm like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm the big dude down in the corner. He's like, yeah, I've kind of noticed him. Like, yeah, kind of hard to miss. And, you know, we're there talking, and he's like, oh, so, you know, what do you do? What are your interests? I'm like, yeah, I help law students get into law school. He's like, oh, wow, that's great. That's so laudable. I'm like, yeah, I'm really proud of myself. What can I say? Pat myself on the back. I'm like, yeah, I'm just working with the student that just got waitlisted at Penn. He's like, what a coincidence. I'm like, there's no coincidence. Time to waste and chit chat here. Anyways, I connected both of them. Turns out this guy knows the dean, gives money. This student got in. This student got in within the week. Now, Anthony, who's your connection at Penn? That's not the point. The point is the hustle. The point is being a zealous advocate. The point is believing in yourself and utilizing every resource at your disposal to get into law school, because all of you deserve it. So when you get waitlisted, you don't sit around, especially now that you have submitted your applications early, right? You have time on your hands. Again, it's all connected. It's all connected. My friends, I'm out of time. I wish you the best. Thank you for attending. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, and obviously, and I don't even think it really has to come from a political perspective, but I guess I'll lean, and you can probably glean from the books in the background that I have in my bookshelf. But I am a bit of a history buff, and Justice Ginsburg will go down in the history books. And what a life, what a life! And she did her job, and it's our time to do ours, right? And one of the reasons why I love doing this work is I'm not going to be Justice Ginsburg, right? And I'm comfortable with that. But my goal is to get the next one into law school and help her advance in her career so she can get to the Supreme Court. And I am confident that the next Justice Ginsburg is amongst this list of participants. If all of you are attorneys, I think required reading is her dissent in Shelby County. It is a masterful piece of work in her dissent. And I'll just read a quote that I reread this morning when I pulled the decision. And I think it's just an amazing thing. And this is something that she read from the bench when she read her dissent. Quote, "The great man who led the march from Selma to Montgomery and there called for the passage of the Voting Rights Act foresaw progress, even in Alabama. The arc of the moral universe is long," he said, "but it bends towards justice. If there is a steadfast commitment to see this task through to completion, this commitment has been disserved by today's decision." And that decision was, in essence, gutting the Voting Rights Act and the pre-clearance requirement. And I'll let you, again, it's required reading to read that decision. But again, what a life. May she rest in power. And thank you for all of you for what you do and continue to do. And I wish you nothing but the best. And with that, I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for being the leader that you are. And while you may not see yourself as Justice Ginsburg, I can guarantee that for a great many students over the past 20 years, you've had just as much of an impact on their lives.
You're much too kind and very generous, but thank you very much. And I wish everybody a wonderful day.
Thank you. All attendees, we will be having a brief break. We will be back at exactly 11 a.m. to hear from our keynote speaker for today, who is Ms. Capri Maddox, class of 2001, and she's currently Executive Director of the City of Los Angeles Civil and Human Rights Department. And so we will be back at exactly 11 a.m. for that conversation. Thank you.
Sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. Come on, like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights, when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just
hello, Sheila.
So keep dancing.
How much time do I have again, Sheila?
I can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say.
feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. I'm better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. And we can do this together. I bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah, yeah. When you finally let go and you say that solo, 'cause you listen to that music, sing it oh, hey, oh, 'cause you're confident, babe, yeah, and you make your hips sway. We knew that you could do it, sing oh, hey, oh, show the world you got that fire, fire, baby, feel the rhythm getting louder, show the room what you can do, move to them, you got the moves, hey. I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing, yeah, yeah. I'm better when I'm dancing, yeah, yeah. And we can do this together. I bet you feel better when you're dancing, yeah, I feel better when I'm dancing. I'm better when I'm dancing. Hey, oh, hey, oh. I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. Don't you know we can do this together? Bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah, I feel better when I'm dancing. I'm better when I'm dancing. Hey, feel better when I'm, yeah, yeah.
My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beauty focused EOU. Ooh, you, ooh, I'd leave it all. My acres of land I've achieved. It may be hard for you to stop and believe, but for you, ooh, I'd leave it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I'd leave it all. And give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you owe me, then all of this will go away. My many artifacts, the list goes on. If you just say the words, I'll up and run. Oh, to you, ooh, I'd leave it all. Oh, to you, ooh, I'd leave it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you owe me, then all of this will go away. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you owe me, then all of this will go away. My friends and family, they don't understand. They fear they'll lose so much if you take my hand. But for you, ooh, I'd lose it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I'd lose it all. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change. Baby, if you owe me, then all my hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beauty focus EOU. Ooh, I'd leave it all. Oh, for you, ooh, I'd leave it all.
Will you count me in? I've been awake for a while now. You got me feeling like a child now. 'Cause every time I see your bubbly face, I get the tingles in a silly place. It starts in my toes and I crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. The rain is falling on my window pane, but we are hiding in a safer place. Undercover, staying dry and warm. You give me feel.
Good morning. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. You were able to stretch your legs, get some water, and we are excited to be back now with our keynote speaker, Capri Maddox. Capri Maddox is Executive Director of the City of Los Angeles Civil and Human Rights Department. Before appointment to this position in March 2020, she served as Senior Advisor to City Attorney Mike Feuer, overseeing initiatives that include the City Attorney Business Support Program and attorney recruitment and outreach efforts. She also created the Foster Care Diversion Program, organized the City Attorney Faith-Based Council, addressed key neighborhood council and city council requests, participated in criminal and civil cases, and coordinated school safety efforts with the Los Angeles Unified School District. She is a former president of the LA Board of Public Works and served as a neighborhood prosecutor from 2005 to 2010. During the 2018-2019 school year, Capri served as Executive Director of Partnerships for LAUSD, assisting the district with acquiring more than $43 million in resources for students in need and several equity-based initiatives. Capri is a proud graduate of California State University, Los Angeles, and our School of Law. And beyond all of her professional accolades, beyond all of her accomplishments, and there are so many that they could fill up several sheets of paper, I am proud to say that Capri is my dear friend, is my mentor, has been since I was a law student, and that her heart to support students who are interested in law school coming from a variety of backgrounds is truly there. She will answer your phone calls, answer your emails, provide support, because she sees diversity in our profession as not only something to aspire to, but something that's needed for the fair administration of justice. I'm proud to present to you today Ms. Capri Maddox.
Thank you so much, Shellac, for that generous introduction. I am delighted to be here with you guys, even if it's virtually. I don't recall exactly how much time I have, but I know you sent all the details over, but I will be as brief as possible. But I definitely want to be sure that we answer all of your students' questions. I am the proud alum of Cal State LA. I don't know how many Golden Eagles we may have on this call, you know, alums from my beloved alma mater, but I really think it's important for you to know that I'm also a proud alum of our wonderful Pepperdine School of Law. And if you guys are thinking about a place to be stressed out in law school for 3 years, looking at the ocean is not a bad option. I really wanted to thank Dean Karen for allowing me the opportunity to continue to be involved with the Pepperdine family. You guys are a family to me, and wherever I go or whatever I do, Pepperdine is there with me 100%. I, you know, whenever I change jobs or bite off more than I can chew, I can come back home and they're always there to lend me a hand. And I'll just give you an example of that. I took this new job to lead the Civil and Human Rights Department for the City of Los Angeles. And I realized I needed legal assistance in the form of mediation services. So who did I call? Like the best mediation program in the country. So when you think about dispute resolution happening in the Civil and Human Rights Department in the city of Los Angeles, remember that the Pepperdine family stood up for Los Angeles's residents in need when the world was falling apart. So really wanted to talk to you. So you want to go to law school, or you're thinking about it. I'll tell you a little bit about my journey. I was thinking about law school and was thinking about a lot of things. Initially, I was going to be a police officer. When I left high school, I thought that was a good way, you know, based on some of the things that happened in my life and some obstacles that I had. And if any of you Google my name, you could probably find how I showed up at Cal State LA with 2 suitcases, everything I owned, and, you know, no money, and, you know, some housing instability. And the folks there, you know, definitely took care of me. But I figured police officers, it's a good career. I care about justice, communities in need. And, you know, I'd definitely be one of the good folks that would be serving in that space. And then turn of events, I happened to graduate right before the 92 riots. There were, you know, Rodney King incident happened. And I decided I'm going to go do a master's in public administration. I was thinking about law school, but a master's degree in public administration was like 2 years. And I had an opportunity to, you know, go do that master's degree and maybe do something else in law, you know, law enforcement in some other way, and, you know, be a public service. So I get this job at the housing department, and, you know, all's peaceful and calm. And I think, like, this is not going to be exciting. I want to see some excitement in my life, my young life. Well, guess what? The city had an unrest in 92. So a few weeks after I was hired, I actually was in Parker Center the day the verdict came out that led to the civil unrest in Los Angeles. It was the day I was supposed to get fingerprinted at the police station. You used to go down to the police station to get fingerprinted back in those days. And long story short, I worked pretty much the civil unrest recovery process with the city's housing department. That was pretty exciting, and able to serve communities in need. And just when I'm thinking, that's kind of it, you know, let me find something else to do. We had an earthquake, Northridge earthquake. I know we had an earthquake last night too. Some of you all felt it. A small one, but we had a larger one, the Northridge earthquake. So then I wound up doing earthquake recovery for 2 years. So for all of you that think, oh, it's not, you know, a big deal, it takes a long time to really recover a city from an earthquake, even one that's only a 6.7. But I said all that to say, you know, my career is kind of going. I'm a management assistant. I'm on the management track, and they said in 30 years you'll probably be in a department or running. You know, you'll be high up in a department or running a department. You know, you just stick around for a little while, and that's the one thing that I didn't do. I didn't stick around. I wound up back, but the thing that I want to talk to you about is how I got to law school. So I've been thinking about it for a while, and it just kept coming up. And so every time I saw a lawyer, I would say, hey, I want to go to law school. That's what I would say. And then I just kind of got mad at a slumlord in the city of Glendale. Went on to the city of Glendale to be an analyst for them. And I just started thinking, you know what? I want to go to law school, but I don't know how to do it because now I've started, I'm working full time, and, you know, some of the better programs are only for full-time, you know, opportunities to students. And I just thought, I can't quit my job. I'm kind of getting used to the lifestyle. And, you know, I got mad at a slumlord in the city of Glendale. And people were like not really motivated at that time to bring a case against the slumlord. And I thought, I'll put together the case. I'll do everything. But I realized I had to talk to attorneys about this. And I really felt like I was just frustrated. I walked across the street to the Glendale College of Law, signed up for an LSAT class, and started visiting campuses all over the area. Fell in love with Pepperdine, of course. I can't say enough about my beloved alma mater, but I do know that getting more people into the profession that have had shared life experiences is so super important. The opportunities of having a law degree have really just like opened my eyes to serve, and there's so many things that you can do with it. And I'll talk to you guys a little bit about my legal career. So I had an opportunity to go to the city attorney's office. I worked there as an intern. Definitely should you go to law school, and I hope many of you go to law school, because you can see that representation matters. And many of your previous speakers have probably touched on that point. But I think it's really important for us to think about the things that you can do with a law degree that aren't really in the courthouse environment. And what I'd like to share is a little bit about my experience. My experience started as a law clerk in the city attorney's office, and I hope that you all move around to a number of locations and entities to serve while you are law students. So definitely take the internships and don't just stay on the campus when you become a law student, because it's vitally important that you are in a position to be well-versed before you make a career decision. So as you think these entities are checking you out to see if they would like to hire you, you're actually observing whether or not it is a place where you would like to serve as an employee in one day. The thing that I think is exceptionally important for you to hear is the various ways you can use your law degree. Of course, I worked as a trial deputy, central trials, as a trial prosecutor, but I brought with me the experiences of my internships with entities like the city attorney's office in Los Angeles, Culver City, and opportunities to serve those in need at Bet Zedek Legal Services, which is a free legal clinic for families in need. And I really thought that, you know, being a prosecutor was something that was exciting, and it was really good for me to be there with justice, and, you know, as justice was being meted out. And I think it's very important, and we can have a dialogue about that, especially as an African-American female in that space, to have that power and authority, and to be judicious with that authority and that discretion was something that I really thought was important. So during these days when people said, "Oh, I'm so glad you're not doing that anymore," I said, I'm hoping that we have people to take my place in the space when it comes to prosecution and law enforcement. The other thing that I did with the law degree, of course, was to be a neighborhood prosecutor, which I really enjoyed, and it was really working for the community to deal with their issues. And when you think about people coming to you and being able to say, you know, I'm an older lady of color, and these folks are selling drugs and disrespecting me and calling me all kinds of names and damaging my property, and definitely, you know, with all the shootings and things that happen and with nuisance properties, if I was in a position to do something about that for a lady that may not be, you know, especially a retiree that could not move and go on to a different neighborhood and get away from some of the problems, to be able to serve those people in need really meant a lot. So I'll move on from the prosecutorial side of things, but I wanted to explain that there are many ways to be a prosecutor. The next thing is I went to complex litigation, and I had an opportunity there to bring big cases against corporations for unfair, illegal business practices. And a lot of times they were doing things that were inappropriate for against, you know, disadvantaged people of color, and doing things in neighborhoods that they normally that people don't normally see. And so I thought this was so super exciting to be able to use the law degree in that area, and I thought, like, that was it. And then I went on to general counsel of neighborhood councils. And I was serving the community again, providing legal advice for a city department that was allowing, and if you guys don't know what neighborhood councils are, they're like community groups that like form a government system that's very similar to the city of Los Angeles system. So it's like having many council people in the communities. Of course, you may know that the city of Los Angeles has 4 million people. So thinking that 15 council people are going to be able to really deal with a lot of the needs of those 4 million residents is, let's just say, at best, a little ambitious. Of course, we have thousands of city employees too, but still, just to kind of have someone to be your voice in your geographic area. By the way, we have about 100 of those neighborhood councils in the city of Los Angeles, and they are partners in what we do. And if I have time, I can give you some oversight about what our department will be doing. So I come into, this is practicing law. General counsel was like a place where a lot of people go as their last step, and then they provide general counsel advice on the Brown Act and public records requests and just all the ethics advice, things that departments need, and they move from department to department to department. So you can be general services, public works, the zoo, the library, everyone needs a lawyer. And that's something that I really liked about being an attorney, that I love about being an attorney. And it actually was highlighted in a movie that you guys are probably too young to have seen, something about the devil and the nuts. But anyway, Al Pacino was in it, and he says in the movie that a law degree is like a backstage pass, and it really is. If I need anything about anything, if I need to know anything about anything, all I have to do is call one of my fellow attorneys and say, hey, I have a question about manufacturing, or this actually came up. I had a question about the clinical trials tied to COVID. And so then that's when you pick up the phone and you use your network. And if you don't know anyone in the pharmaceutical business, you can call one of your friends from law school or from the legal community and ask them a question. Same thing for entertainment. I've leaned on a number of celebrities to help me with my various jobs, and I'll talk to you more about that. But what do? I call up an entertainment attorney and say, do you have talent that's interested in coming out to do a public service announcement on COVID or to help us with the schools? And when I was at LAUSD. So I'm gonna fast forward and talk to you about my time as an appointee. You should know that a number of elected officials and a number of people that run nonprofits and CEOs, etc., are attorneys, which is totally great. But one thing that you should know is a number of appointees of elected officials and public officials are attorneys as well. And so this appointment by Mayor Garcetti will be the 4th time that I've been appointed by a public official. I was appointed by Mayor Villaraigosa to run the Public Works Department, and then by Mike Feuer to be a special assistant city attorney. And I took a break from serving as a city attorney for 1 year to help Austin Butner, who is the head of LA Unified School District here in Los Angeles that serves over 600,000 students. And it's very important to know that, and then I was reappointed by Mike Feuer again. So I was actually appointed by Mr. Mike Feuer, our currently elected city attorney, twice. And then now I've been appointed, of course, by Mayor Garcetti, who is an amazing leader, really gets it, really compassionate, and I'm delighted to be a part of his administration. The thing that I'll say is, once I went into appointed land, I ran the Board of Public Works, and in this space, I had an opportunity to serve as the head of the Public Works Department, and that was engineering and street services, the folks that pave your streets, engineering, they sign off on all the permits for, you know, the buildings that are built in this city. And we had the Bureau of Contract Administration that provides oversight for, you know, number of our construction contracts, and even the safety of the workers, as well as the Bureau of Sanitation, and that those could be the folks that come by and pick up your trash, or, you know, handle dead animals, or even deal with water waste, you know, from, you know, the sewage lines. And so I think, you know, that was like, you know, super exciting. And also I can't forget street lighting. And so like your law degree is dealing with all of this, you know, for a period of your career. It could happen as well. And then I went on to, of course, serve as Mr. Fuhrer Special Assistant City Attorney, and that was a wonderful experience and a journey. I think it's very interesting for us to know that being a person with lived experiences, to have the ear of the person that's serving as the top prosecutor, that is weighing in on municipal laws, that you know, is dealing with lawsuits against the city. To have that place and that position was not only prestigious, but it was very important, because we are going, a lot of you represent a variety of communities, and you represent your community in all you do. I had the opportunity after that to go on to the where did I go? LAUSD, and that was an exciting experience. And again, just, you know, like I really wasn't like a professional fundraiser. I liked fundraising, and I kind of did a little bit of it on my own, especially with my husband. But, you know, it wasn't like really my jam. But, you know, when you're an attorney, it kind of, again, gives you a backstage pass. And there are a lot of attorneys in philanthropy. Sometimes I think they're recovering from a stressful career. But, you know, attorneys kind of get each other, and the skill sets that you learn on like just problem solving, networking, you know, even if you don't have a certificate in mediation, you kind of learn how to bargain. And this is what you do when you're raising resources. And, you know, just little things like getting one professional team on board so that you can call the other professional team and say, hey, I have them. Do you guys want to miss out on this? And then, of course, you know, once you get that team, you call the next team. And so you just kind of use, you know, the skills. And now when I left LA Unified, we had a handful of teams, professional teams, that were supporting our students, and, you know, from the Dodgers, the Clippers, etc. And so it's really, you know, it was an exciting experience, especially to touch the lives of students. And the thing that I'd like to tell you is, with this role, it was so important, and I just couldn't say no when the mayor called, because there was so much going on, and there were so many needs in Los Angeles. And I knew that my skills uniquely positioned me in leadership, just organization, and the ability to use the platform of the law to make a difference in people's lives. So the Civil and Human Rights Department will have an opportunity to do a few things. And, you know, once you guys get into law school, maybe we can talk about fellowship opportunities or internship opportunities. We have a few of our interns and fellows that are maybe actually on this call with us today. So if they're there, I know Nicole Bryant, who is a law student at Southwestern Law School, and an African-American female, will most likely be on this call, and she makes the magic happen in our department. And we have others that are on the call that are women of color that are very interested in moving the needle of justice, some of whom are interested in law, and others that are interested in doing different things. I do believe that, as JFK Jr. said, anyone can make a difference, and everyone should try. And I think that is something that really motivated me to go to law school. I actually had business cards that said Pepperdine School of Law, alum, class of 2001, ready to make a difference. And that's what I handed out when I was in law school, and because I was ready to make that difference. So the Civil and Human Rights Department has an opportunity. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the career in the background, but I wanted to let you see all the ways you can use a law degree. And I think that is important. I think maybe some of the earlier speakers shared that as well. But the thing that I think is most important in this space is to kind of get a sense of like what we're doing in this moment, because we are in 2020, which has been a crazy year. Even as recent as last night, we had people learning about the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Supreme Court Justice, all the way to have an earthquake. And then when you're watching the news, people are talking about the quake and the pandemic and so many things that are going on in our lifetime that we probably will always remember 2020. But in this space, we want to be sure to address some of the things that are happening related to private sector violations in commerce, employment, education, and housing. And that is like our focus of the Civil and Human Rights Commission. We have a commission that's a part of the department. We actually have 3 commissions that we have in our operation. And it's really exciting to serve all 3 of those commissions. But the Civil and Human Rights Commission has quasi-judicial authority to address violations of the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance with the City of Los Angeles that is addressing, and I'm not going to say an underrepresented, but or unknown area where violations happen. People are oftentimes may think civil rights are just focusing on policing issues, and we have an opportunity to weigh in on a policy level in some of those instances, but it is really important to share that our focus with the Commission's enforcement powers are going to be on commerce, education, employment, housing. And when you think about commerce, we're talking about lending practices and opportunities to provide equity in so many spaces. When you think about public accommodations, there was a case years ago where Denny's was not able, did not allow African Americans to pay for their food after they finished their meals like other patrons. And so that's a public accommodation case that was actually brought up, actually a class action lawsuit at one time in the 90s. But the deal is that when you think about commerce, it could be, like I said, lending practices. African Americans and Latinos pay hundreds of millions of dollars every year in mortgage costs compared to their counterparts, their white counterparts with the same exact credit score, okay? When you think about opportunities in employment and housing, of course, they can be discriminatory practices in hiring or allowing someone to live at a particular location. And then when you think about discrimination in education, it could be tied to another thing, accommodations, or actually expulsions. As a 7-year-old, I was suspended from a local LAUSD school, and I didn't know it at the time, but the teacher that grabbed me, and I responded, and I hit him. That's what you do. Me actually pulled my arm out of the socket, and in that moment when I was suspended and sent home for 3 days, it was just like, the policy, I thought. But as I became a professional, I learned that African American girls are 3 times more likely to be suspended compared to their counterparts. So we wouldn't be bringing cases against any public entities. That's the way the ordinance was written, but to address things in the private sector, particularly because there was a significant case backlog with the EEOC and the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. So we have other commissions that deal with hate crime prevention work. We had an event yesterday that was televised on Channel 35, and you could probably find it on Facebook. And I don't know if anyone can get that information to you regarding the transgender community and the hate crimes that happen to that community all the time. But in particular, we had an incident in Hollywood a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago. That's pretty disturbing. And we know that a number of people in the transgender community actually are killed on a regular basis. And it's so unfortunate that all over the world, this is an issue and something that we cannot tolerate as a people, because basically hate anywhere is hate everywhere. And I think that you have an opportunity with your law degree to find justice in so many ways, even if you're just, air quotes, just using your platform with the media. Because when people get in their cars to go do hate crimes or think, that's something they can get away with, they won't stop with one group. And that is something that we need to be mindful of. And we've actually seen in this country in the last few years. So I'm not, directing anyone, what they should do with their career, what they should do with it. But I do think that when you have a unique skill set and you see challenges in your community, you definitely need to use your skills there. The thing that I really wanted to share about the other commission is the Commission of Status of Women. And I definitely would like to see more women in the legal profession. I know that we are now kind of the majority, but I want to see more women climb in this profession. Of course, you've seen and heard a number of things related to the Supreme Court Justice that we just lost. It's just some of the inequities that she faced, but there's still some inequities in the law. And so when you do get where you're going, I definitely want all of you, and not just the women, to step up and make sure there is equity in the law school process. Speaking of equity, some of you are going to be first generation law students. And what I really want to share is you don't have, judges in your family line, and you don't have people that can tell you exactly how to take the LSAT and, what classes to take to prepare for the LSAT, etc. So it is very important for you to tap into the networks that you're in right now. There's so much information and knowledge. You were born in a wonderful time because you have the internet. You can Google anything. And some of you may have found the For People of Color conference on the internet. But I think it's really important for us to lean in, talk to people, reach out, use your network. And I think it's important to also educate your families. So when I was in college, I think up until my almost junior year in college, the beginning of my junior year, my dad was still having the Army recruiter call me because my dad went to the military and that was, his ticket. And he went on to learn how to work. HVAC was his career. He was in air conditioning units, and he learned that skill, and he went on to do work in the industry, the movie industry. So going to the military was a total difference maker for my father. So that's what he thought I should do. And then when I was in law school, up until the beginning of my second year, my dad was saying, "Why are you in law school? You're spending all this money. You need to go and sell real estate. That's where the money is. Instead of spending money, you should be making money." So I wanted you to know that you may have some pushback from your families, and even in the decisions that you make, you may put yourself in a situation that may put yourself in a situation where you have to explain to your family, yes, there is one law school that is maybe $100,000 cheaper than another law school, but these are the rewards and the benefits in this space. So when you think about, you know, your law degree and your ability to, you know, earn substantial resources or to have that credibility, particularly as a person of color, you want to be sure that you went to an ABA accredited law school if possible. And I think that is, there's so many discriminatory things that happen. You want to go to the best law school that you can get into that meets your needs. And I think that is important, where you're set up for success. I have a saying, go where you are celebrated, not tolerated. Okay, so if you are in an environment where you feel like you can thrive, that's where you should be. And it could be Pepperdine, or it could be, you know, other places. But I just wanted to share a little bit about, you know, my story and my journey and how much a law degree has meant for my life. And I definitely want to yield the floor for questions, if we're allowing questions to happen. Gillette. So
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Capri. The, panelists and attendees, if you'd like to submit any questions, I encourage you to use the Q&A box, and I can share questions with Capri. We've already have some comments here saying, thank you for sharing your journey, Capri. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. You might not have seen, but there were several your golden eagles that gave
oh, yay. Okay, good.
that recognized you there. So thank you for that. And perhaps while hold on, let me see. So you have a question here. How can you tell that you're celebrated and not tolerated as a prospective student?
Ooh, very good. One way that that you know you're being celebrated is by talking to some of the alums and learn about their experiences. The other things that I think are important, and that's with any job too, you basically, this is the thing that you need to think about. You kind of look for places to be celebrated or to be in friendly hands in many aspects of your life. But a lot of times people don't do it for themselves. So let me just explain. My dog, who's usually somewhere close to my feet, you know, goes to a groomer. My husband says, is that a good groomer? And I'm like, seriously? You know I love that dog. My dog's gonna be in the friendly hands. You think about it when you go to the hairdresser or when you know, need your car repaired, friendly hands. But when you think about yourself, whether it's a job or a school, et cetera, a lot of times we forget that we need to be placed in friendly hands, or even relationships, dating relationships. You need to be celebrated. And so you know that from watching, observing, past experiences with people that are similarly situated. I've been married 18 years and I have a 13-year-old son. So I'll think about, when I think about a place for my son to be cared for, nurtured, I'll call another mother that has an African-American son that's 13 years old to, you know, get a lay of the land, or you know, how does this doctor treat you, or et cetera. So I think that you know how you're being celebrated. I think when there's programming and interest and recruiters that really, you know, give you support and the mentorship that you need to get through law school. Law school's not easy wherever you go, but it is, it's nice when you have an environment that is nurturing and that sets you up for success. And I think if you start to think about it in all the other aspects of your life where you look to be celebrated, whether it's just a customer in a store or whatever, if you look for those same attributes in selecting a law school, you'll find comfort. I mean, for me, with Pepperdine, they wanted me, they were willing to work with me, and I received the diversity scholarship when I was admitted. So it wasn't, the total cost, but it was a significant amount of resources. I think it like maybe covered almost the cost of 1 year of law school. So the tuition, and I just think that is really important to know, like they want me, they're leaning in to help me, and they have the network and the alums that are there. And like I said, I'm excited to see my Golden Eagles. And what I'll say about something I learned from Cal State LA is we are, that the school, Cal State LA, is #1 in upward mobility, taking kids from the bottom 2% and putting them in the top 2% of, in the income brackets. And I think it's okay for me to say this because Cal State LA doesn't have a law school. I did my undergrad and my master's there, and I probably wouldn't have gone to law school there if they would let me. But I'm saying a lot of people that are on this meeting line are folks that have shared life experiences. They've been the people that have translated for their parents and taken care of their brothers and sisters. Like, you guys are like some of the most equipped people for law school. And I say that because just living in your skin, and whether it's, your religion or your skin color, in America, a lot of times your skin color speaks before you do. But I think that you guys have shared experiences that will not only help you have that grit and the resilience, but it also will give you an opportunity to identify with people. So when someone walks into the Civil and Human Rights Department and says, this is what happened to me, I can talk about being suspended. I can talk about housing insecurities. I can identify with that person. And I used it even when I was talking to victims of crime. And I think just that empathy and then that confidence, even if you're nervous and you have butterflies in your stomach and you're saying, good morning, Your Honor, your appearance on the record, that you are representing and standing up for people in need that aren't as fortunate to be in your situation. So you're going to walk in there boldly, and you're going to have the grit, and you're going to figure it out. And even if you have a bad day, you're going to wake up the next morning and do even better. And so I think like the resilience and the grit is like the number. I wish that we could quantify that, Dean Richards, and we could have that as a score to help people get to law school, because law school and the law isn't for wimps. You may lose a motion, you may whatever, but you need to kind of know that what happened today is not the end. And I think a lot of people that have had life experiences where they've had some bumps in the road are uniquely qualified for this space. And know how it feels to be wrong too.
I hope that you all will pair what Capri just shared about resilience and grit with the information Anthony Solana shared earlier this morning about drafting your personal statement, and consider in your personal statements, in your diversity statements, how you can communicate the resilience, the grit, the ability to keep on fighting, keep on going as you apply to law school. Capri, we have a pair of questions that are very similar. What advice would you give to people of color, specifically women of color, who have experienced self-doubt, who have gone through what we call imposter syndrome, right? Academically and professionally, and how did you push through those circumstances to get to where you are?
So I did push through those circumstances, and I love that question. And I thought, well, maybe I'm good for undergrad. I finished my undergraduate degree in 3 years. I was a high-risk candidate when I went to undergrad at Cal State LA, and they're like, you might fail out. And 50% of people, I came into the EOP program. Shout out to EOP, Education Opportunity Program. And they said students in this program have a 50% chance of dropping out of school. So then I was like, I'm just going to, in case this train is going to stop, I'm just going to have as much education as I can. So I just took classes, nights, weekends, holidays, and kind of packed on a load. Next thing I know, it was 3 years, and they were like, you can graduate now. So I think, good, thank you for the shout out to EOP. And David Sandoval, by the way, is still one of my mentors. He was in charge of the EOP program years ago, and there's a building on the campus actually named after him. He came to my swearing in ceremony earlier this year. The thing is that I think it's, God, I almost got the question now. God, I'm so excited. Oh, resilience, imposter syndrome. So I was thinking, I'm good here. I can finish in 3 years for undergrad. I have a master's degree. I was still young when I had my master's degree. Of course, I think I was like, I don't know, 22 with this master's degree. And I was like, wow, I can take on the world now, right? And long story short, I was like, but if I go to law school, you know, it might not work out. What if it doesn't work out? Because even smart people go to law school and it doesn't work out. And then, quite frankly, it almost happened to me. But again, that's why you want to be in a nurturing environment where people can say, hey, you need to work smarter and not harder. Because like I would stay up all night to do what I need to do. But you need to be sure, I still do that for my current job, by the way. But I think it's really important for you to know that you are uniquely qualified to do this. You're hard workers, you're a hard worker, you're someone that wants to make a difference, and you set the environment. One thing I think is very important, I did not say, is in training your family about how to go to law school, you need to train your family when you're in law school. And this is what I mean. You need to tell your family, I love you, but I'm not gonna pretend to be a lawyer while I'm in law school. Because if you live like you're a lawyer while you're in law school, when you're supposed to be a lawyer, you will still be in school studying for the bar or trying to redo the first year. So I want you have to tell your family, because I'm not gonna, push on you what could happen, but when you have challenges in your life and you come from diverse backgrounds, invariably there's something that's going to come up. Someone is going to call you in the middle of the night, right when you're having finals, and say, oh, this would happen to your brother, or car accident, or something happened, or somebody got into trouble and we need your help, we need your help, we need your help. And you if you get sucked into that vortex, and it's and your studies suffer, you won't be successful in law school. So you need to tell people, I actually did this. I went to go see all my relatives all over the country the summer before I went to law school. And I said, I love you, I care about you. Any emergencies, I'm not dropping everything to fly back, because I need to do this so I can be the first person in the family to go to law school. And that's a deal. I love you guys. So I think it's important for you to know that you're more than capable of going to law school. And like I said, just choose the right environment for your success and be ready to just shut things down for 3 years. And I can assure you that after you complete law school, my dad, he can't even say it fast enough that I'm an attorney. So people don't even know my name. They're like, hi, you're his daughter, the lawyer. What is your name? And I'm glad that I stopped change positions for being a prosecutor, because my dad couldn't say it right, and it sounds like an unsavory career the way my dad kind of said it, if you know what I mean. So prosecutor may sound like a different kind of career if you don't know how to say it right. So it's but my dad's just so proud, and people will forget about that time you missed this emergency or that emergency, as long as you're able to stand up and make them proud on that graduation day. So I hope I answered your question. I think I answered your question and kind of threw a couple of the answers in there you weren't asking for, but those are things I really, really wanted to share.
Thank you so much, Capri. To all attendees, I answered one question, and I'll drop in the chat as well a link to the Civil and Human Rights Department website, so you can find more information there. There are some options there of how you can get in touch with Capri, how you can intern with the office. Again, she is so generous with her time and with her heart that I'm sure that if you get in touch through that office, they'll help you to find ways to continue to connect. We are so grateful for you, for your love for all of us and for the community. Attendees, we will be taking a brief lunch break. During this time, we'll be playing a TED Talk from one of our professors. So please, you don't have to leave the link. You can watch the TED Talk while you warm up some food. And then we'll be back at 12:15 with our student experience panel, and they will be answering the questions that many of you submitted, well, some of the questions that you submitted, because we got over 300 through the survey to be able to talk about the student experience, how they got to law school, how they chose a law school, and Pepperdine in particular. We'll see you back at 12:15.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Who am I and how can I lead? These two questions control my life. I'm a specialist in conflict resolution, learner in the field. My name is Sukh Simranjeet Singh, and I have two big identities, an Indian and American. You see, my friends, conflict is internal and conflict is external. I learn how to deal with people's conflict, how to bring them together in the heart of deep disputes, identity, commercial, and all other kinds of disputes. However, today I want to share a story about conflicts within myself, how I overcame them, and how that made me a better mediator. I grew up in this proud land of Punjab, wearing the distinct symbol that I'm wearing today. I went to law school at Nalsar in Hyderabad, one of the top law schools in the nation. My journey at that law school was not easy. I was told by some of my friends, I need to give up. I cannot even complete the law school. They said, it's not meant for me. You can't even speak. I stuttered heavily. There was a fear of public speaking. I got on stage and I couldn't say something. Forget about stage, I got up to a small podium, I couldn't speak. I don't know if it ever happened to you that people laughed at you. Let me tell you one thing, my friends. I'm glad if it didn't happen to you because it's very humiliating. It hits you deep. It's more powerful than a physical force. I was blessed as well when I went to law school. In the fourth year, Mr. P.P. Rao, unfortunately is not with India right now, invited me to work with him, one of the best constitutional lawyers our country has proudly produced. I worked with Mr. Rao, sir, and he'll take me from his house in Noida all the way to Indian Supreme Court. I'll go with him in his car, and somehow I had the wisdom with my stuttered English to ask Mr. P.P. Rao, sir, not how you became successful, but sir, can you please share with me any struggles you had while on your journey to success and how you overcame that struggle? Mr. Singh, it's a simple answer, sir. I had several issues. I overcame them with one word, hard work. I outpaced all my colleagues by working longer. Hence the reason why you see me in my home chambers till 10 p.m. and you're with me in my car at 7 a.m. You see, my blessings didn't stop there, friends. Next year, I got invited by the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice R.C. Lahoti, to work with him, to clerk with him at the Indian Supreme Court. And you imagine, I'm going to ask the same question to Lahoti sir as well. And I'm intentionally not sharing what struggles they shared with me to respect them both. But here comes Lahoti sir's advice to me. He said, calm behavior is very important. But then he gave me a concrete advice. He said, you are a hardworking man, something I learned a year ago. You're doing good, but I want you to improve further. I said, sir, please give me the advice. How can I be the best in the field? The passion for arbitration mediation. I want to go out and do these big cases and bring home proud. He said, you can. You have to get out. I said, sir? He said, get out of your culture. Challenge yourself. challenge myself, get out of my culture. He said, find a land that is very distinct from where you are. You will find yourself. And like a good Indian son, I followed his advice in very next 6 months with my disability. America didn't change it in a second. But listen to this, what happened next. In my first arbitration class by Professor Robert Bailey, and in the case presentation, I raised my hand and I said, sir, I would like to present. You spoke with vigor. You were very, I remember his words, animated. I want you to speak again and do another presentation. And by the way, do you know, in my decade plus teaching experience, you're the first international student who did a case study. You know, friends, what that happened? What did that to me? That built me up, one step at a time. Next stop came in Minnesota. Professor Jim Coben, who still teaches there as well, brought me in, and within my first month of fellowship, he says, Mr. Singh, would you like to teach a class? Thank you, Mr. Coben. I don't know, Sukhsimran, anybody better than you who can do it. Build me up one more step. Or should I thank Professor Richard Berg in Oregon, who despite being my boss for 8 years, worked with me like a friend. And friends, slowly I overcame stuttering, one day at a time, to a point where unfortunately for all my colleagues and mentors in India and abroad, now I came to a point where it's very difficult to shut me up. Or should I thank Pepperdine Law, the Church of Christ University, forgive me, who not only brought me into Pepperdine to be with Strauss Institute for Dispute Resolution, #1 ranked institute in the world right now in the field, but made me the managing director of the institute within the first year. Who should I thank more? Or should I thank my parents, who stood with me when I couldn't speak a word, who looked at me but not down at me, and who stood with me today, who stand with me today when I'm going around the world and teaching other people how to talk on stage. Lottery by birth. Or should I thank my luck that I was born in this privileged, amazing nation called India, where pluralistic thought taught me a lot, where my upbringing in humility and working with people like P.P. Rao sir, Rasi Lohati sir, who should I thank more? I ask myself. Allow me to share now a few stories from what I have learned in the field of mediation and in the field of cross-cultural dispute resolution negotiation, and combine them both. First, mediation. I got my first big break doing a case in Seattle. Let's call it a business-to-business dispute. See, confidentiality laws are very strong in America. I can't share too many details, but I'll share this much. In this case, I came prepared. I adopted whatever I was told. Hard work, challenge yourself, everything I've learned. I'm a good speaker now. I've got the confidence, American confidence. I can do this. And I failed for 3 hours. Mediator's job, my friends, is to listen to 2 parties or more parties, to be impartial, to not have the biases, to be good at heart and mind. So I was sitting there adapting all that I've learned in the field for the last 10, 12 years. And I failed after 3rd hour. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything. These people are still fighting. Till something occurred to me. I moved my chair back by a feet and I stopped speaking. One gentleman walked up and he said, Mr. Singh, very good job. He shook hand with me. I just wanted to see what this field is like. In fact, before I came to mediation, I had decided that I'm going to settle today. But I just wanted to figure out what a mediation is. Or should I give example of my second case? This was church dispute, is what I use the word church. It could be a temple, a mosque. I'm going to use the word church. A church dispute in Oregon with 350 parties. I came in with all the confidence I've gained so far, a difficult conflict. Other mediators have said, no, we cannot resolve it. I said, I'm going to do it. I walked in. Everything is going great for 6 weeks. 7th week, a gentleman, let's call him elderly gentleman, 76, 80 years old, come up to me and he says, Mr. Singh, please don't give up on us. And I look back inside and I ask myself, why did this gentleman say that to me? And I realized a new lesson in mediation in the field of conflict resolution. And the lesson is this, my friends. It is hope and attitude has to be inside. You can never lose hope in this field. There is so much conflict out there. You want to be a good mediator? You go in there and you say, I'm going to do it. The moment you lose hope, your body lose hope, your facial expression lose hope, other people can figure it out, the energy will not be good. That day I learned the lesson. The third lesson I learned is from a case that I recently did. You can imagine mostly, if I may use the word, Americans, they didn't care I looked like this. They didn't care where I was born. I had to connect with them and resolve their conflict. And here is what I walked away from that conflict. I had a strategy, which I was married to. Walked in, I failed first day. Second day, there was a little more progress. Third day, I spent a whole weekend, Saturday and Sunday, in my house, thinking. I had these big posters, writing like a new theory, rewriting. What do I need to do differently? Questions, who am I and how can I lead this crowd? And you know what I came out with? I need to be more flexible, more adaptable. I need to re-strategize this whole mediation. Folks, I walked in, I gave them the full power, and I asked them, how do you want me to mediate? Something I've never asked parties before. They helped me. I resolved 5 out of 6 issues. We are moving forward. Or should I talk about culture? See, culture is so complex, it's beautiful. Let's use the generic terms. Faith, let's start with something small, family, right? My parents, me, I'm a family. It goes bigger than that. You know what it goes to? It becomes your group, your school friends, your family members, general group. Then it goes bigger. Religion comes into being. I am a Hindu, I'm a Sikh, I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew. Then it goes bigger. Nationality comes in. I'm Indian, I'm an American. Then it goes bigger, and language comes into being, and regions, Asian. Where are we going to stop? Ask yourselves how many groups you belong to, and are you proud of them? And how many of these groups you are belong to by birth? How many of these groups you belong to by choice? What I've learned in my humble background is this, my friends. Americans are great. Indians are great. Anybody tells you Indians are, and this, you need to stand up and say, that's wrong. And if you start saying Americans, based on 1 or 2 events on the media, are like this, you need to tell your friend, no. You cannot generalize, stereotype 1 billion+ people with a broad brush. Our Sanskriti teaches us that. The neuroscience of America teaches us that. You can only connect with people through empathy, and empathy starts by not a judgment, by connecting with them heart to heart, by respecting people. So, what have I learned from India? I've learned to be humble, to respect our parents, to belong to those roots, to keep my identity and have pride in it. If Bhagat Singh died fighting for India, we never asked his age. Then why are we questioning the age of our law graduates when they are looking for a good position? What I love about this practice, combining culture and ADR, dispute resolution, it brings peace to me, and I can spread peace, and it gives me a chance to speak. What I also like about it is generic lessons like A. People love to divide you for politics, for other reasons. Don't listen to them. Listen to people who unite you. It's much more difficult to unite us. It's much easier to divide us based on all kinds of boundaries. 2, I learned people around the world will connect with you. They will be with you if you give them 3 simple things. 1, you give them respect, regardless of the language, ethnicity, anything. America gave me that. Number 2, you give them your attention, your undivided attention, your presence. 3, you know what you can do? You value people, value their time, value their identity by listening to them, by being good to them. And that's my upbringing in this nation. But I'll go on to say a couple of more things. One thing I've learned, my friends, you can never persuade people. See, in my field, you can only negotiate, mediate by persuasion. Persuasion is convincing someone to your ideology thinking. I can only do it, I've learned, if I build trust with them. And you know, to build trust, here is the secret I'll give you. Meet with them as to where they are. Lower yourself if you have to. Raise yourself if you need to. Change the direction if you need to. Don't give up. Don't lose hope. I'm here standing today because two of our friends in this room, starting with Ayush, invited me beautifully after my Gyan speaking series last year. It was an amazing invitation because they both came to me, Sai and Ayush, in my room, and they said, "Sir, would you please think of coming?" I said, "It's a long flight. I'm getting busy with my new job. I will." But the way they asked, I couldn't say no, and I'm so proud. I said yes. It's amazing to be back here. Allow me to end by sharing my last story, my friends. Question was, who am I? How can I lead? Perhaps the answer is being given to us, given to me by none other than my father, who recently joined. His name is Dr. Daljit Singh, who recently joined as a vice chancellor of a university here in Punjab. You see, he's privileged. He came back and he became a vice chancellor, even though I know his health is still, he needs to focus on. Perhaps he's answering me indirectly a question, and the question is, who am I and how can I lead? Thank you so much for your time.
I've been awake for a while now. You got me feeling like a child now. 'Cause every time I see your bubbly face, I get the tingles in a silly place. It starts in my toes and I crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. The rain is falling on my window pane, but we are hiding in a safer place. Undercover, staying dry and warm. You give me feelings that I adore. They start in my toes, make me crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. But what am I gonna say? Make me feel this way. I just and it starts in my toes, makes me crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. I've been asleep for a while now. You tuck me in just like a child now. 'Cause every time you hold me in your arms, I'm comfortable enough to feel your warmth. It starts in my soul and I lose all control. When you kiss my nose, the feeling shows. 'Cause you make me smile, baby, just take your time now, holding me tight. Wherever you go. Wherever you go. Wherever you go. I always know. 'Cause you make me smile, even just for a while.
Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder.
my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder. Thunder, 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 thunder,
right, good afternoon all and welcome back. I realize that I've been referencing everything in Pacific time. So for those of you joining us from the East Coast, I hope you had a good snack during that break. It might not have been exactly your lunch hour. Well, I'm so excited to welcome you back, and I hesitate to say that, you know, any part of the day is more anticipated than another because you've already had such great information on admissions, on why you belong here. Of course, our keynote with Capri and hearing from Anthony Solano was also inspirational, but this is where you get to talk to real current students. We have a variety of students, both 1Ls and 2Ls, and I think we may even have a 3L with us to talk about their journey to law school, how they chose a law school. And I want to start by saying that this conversation is guided completely by the questions that you submitted in our pre-conference survey. So we had over 300 questions. We tried to group them by topic area to get some good questions and answers in, but they are answering your questions. Immediately following this panel, we'll have a more general Q&A, and so I'll answer, perhaps with a few other people, some of the more general questions you've asked about the Caruso Law experience, admissions, etc. But this time with the students, we'll be answering the specific questions that you've already submitted. And to lead this panel today is no other than our own Vice Dean Goodnow, who is a champion for our students, who fights tirelessly. I think many have described her as our mama bear of the school, and she fights for our students. She works to get you through, and she also has sat on the admissions committee, and so gets to know you before you even get here. And so she's well equipped to lead this conversation. Dean Goodnow.
Thank you so much, Dean Richards, and I'm so excited we can still have this conference, even in these unprecedented times. And I know Dean Richards and so many people worked hard to get this going today. So thank you, and I'm so excited to meet you in the Zoom world. My name is Naomi Goodnow. I'm a Mexican American who grew up in New Mexico, first generation to law school, and so I'm not sure if any of that resonates with you all out there, but I just wanted you to know that even though I'm older, I kind of remember being where you are. So if you have any questions, I just want to open it up. You can email me anytime. You can see my name in the box. It's Naomi Goodnow. It's like no good, but reversed. At pepperdine.edu, or you could just Google me and that'll take you to my my Pepperdine page, and you can get my email there. So please, please don't hesitate to email me, and I would love to help you in any way I can. But what you really want to hear from is our lovely and wonderful students, and so we have a great panel today. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call on them, and I'm just going to ask them to self-introduce. They're going to give what undergrad college they attended, what year they are at the law school, and then any areas of interest at the law school, maybe career aspirations or jobs that they're doing, just so you can kind of get a sense of the background. And then my lovely students, if you have anything else to add, like where you're from, or if you're first generation or anything like that, feel free to add it in your self introduction. So Tyra, on the box of my screen, you're up first. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyra Jenkins. I am a 1L. I went to Berklee College of Music, so I think you can make the inference. I'm definitely interested in entertainment, specifically music law. And I'm also a first generation lawyer, or prospective lawyer.
Thank you so much, Tyra. Caitlin, I have you up next on my screen.
Thank you. My name's Caitlin. I'm a 2L. I went to UC Riverside for undergrad. I'm also first generation, and I'm the only lawyer in my family ever, I think, or I will be. And then I'm interested in hopefully pursuing a job in the tech arena. I'm really interested in privacy and data rights.
Thank you, Caitlin. Carla, I have you up next on my screen.
Yeah, my name's Carla Young. I went to UC Irvine for my undergrad. I am a 2L, as well as Caitlin and Lindsay in Thurgood. So if you have any questions about 1L, we can definitely help you guys. And let's see, I'm from California, SoCal, my entire life. I'm also a first generation law student. And yeah, that's me.
Thank you so much, Carla. Deepika, I have you next up.
Yes, hi, my name is Deepika. I am a 1L as well as Tyra. I'm from Irvine and I went to UC Santa Barbara for undergrad. I am still a sponge trying to figure out exactly what direction I want to go in my legal career, but I am interested in civil litigation.
Well, that's my heart, Deepika. I was a civil litigator in my former life, so very excited to bring you over to, sometimes I joke it's the dark side, but it's fantastic and we need a lot of great lawyers over there. Thurgood, I have you up next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Thurgood Wynn. I'm from Maryland, so I'm from the East Coast. I went to the United States for undergrad. My interest is in criminal law, and I'd like to be a prosecutor.
Thank you so much, Thurgood. I dabbled in that as well. I loved prosecution side of things, or just criminal law and trial law in general, so very good. Lindsay, I have you up next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Kirchhoff, and I, like Thurgood, went to a military academy. So I graduated from the Air Force Academy in 2007, and I served in the military for about 9 years and did some other things, and now I'm in law school. I'm a 2L, and I can just say all of the 2Ls on this call are just amazing people. I feel so blessed to know them. Just a few things about me. I am a first-generation law student from my family. I have some neurodiverse aspects, and I see a therapist, and mental health has been something I've struggled with, but I'm really working through, and I can say that it's been one of the best decisions I've made.
Lindsay, thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us how important mental health is. Law school is an incredibly stressful thing to undergo. Applying to law school is incredibly stressful. The LSAT is stressful. Being a lawyer is stressful. And so I think to be able to make sure that you're keeping track of your mental and physical health is number one to making a good law student and to becoming a great lawyer. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Matthew, I see that you were able to join us. This is fantastic. We're just self-introducing where you went to undergrad, and then you're in law school, and if you have career aspirations.
Thank you. I was attending, but I had the wrong Zoom link, so I'm glad I was able to figure it out. I was like, I can't see anyone. But yeah, it was nice to hear everyone else's too. So I went to undergrad at UC Irvine, just like Carla. And right after that, I went to get my paralegal certificate with UCLA. I'm currently a 1L. And my parents are actually Salvadorian immigrants. So I'm a first generation law student as well. And as far as my interests go, I'm interested in IP litigation, but at some point I would like to switch over to criminal law as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Matthew. And I'm glad you're able to see both as a participant and now as a panelist. It's great. So let's see, my first years, Tyra, Deepika, and Matthew, is that right? Congratulations, you just finished a closed memo. We are so proud of you. So for all of the participants watching, your first year, you have this huge, big assignment due, and it's your first writing assignment. And so our 1Ls just finished it yesterday, and it is a huge accomplishment. So congratulations, and I hope many of those listening in from the Zoom world, you'll be doing this next year at this time, and hopefully we'll be able to congratulate you then as well. All right, so we have a bunch of questions you all gave us. I know Dean Richards already said that, and so, but we just don't have enough time. So I'm gonna do my best to try to get through as many as we can. And so some of the questions, what I might do is just ask all the panelists, and so the next question, I'm actually gonna do that. And then other questions to our student panelists, I'm gonna ask the question, and then if you just want to raise your hand to talk about it, I think that might be good, because some of them I think I would love all of your perspective on. And some of the questions, you might have similar things to say. So for everybody on the panelist, and then I think what I'll do, Carla, is start with you, if that's okay. And then I'll go to Thurgood and go in that order.
Generally, we're just talking about the early thing, like applying and making decisions and all of those things. And so I'm going to ask a couple of questions together, and I would love all the panelists' kind of feelings on that. My sense is our audience, like this is the thing on their mind right now, which is, how did you decide where to apply, where to go? So that's kind of the decision side of it. And then probably very important for a lot of our participants is, any tips on the LSAT. We know that that is kind of the first, it's like the precursor of the bar. It's a very stressful thing to go through. So Carla, I'm gonna start with you, and then Thurgood and Lindsay, and kind of go in that order. So, all right, Carla, and when you're done, you can just go mute, and then I'll call the next panelist.
Okay, yeah, so like I said, I'm a SoCal girl. I don't really want to leave SoCal, so I applied to law schools in SoCal region, really. So Pepperdine was one of those, and it was in Malibu. So, I mean, beautiful location. Of course, I wanted to apply. So I applied to Malibu, and I applied a couple other different places around SoCal. And the LSAT was hard for me because I couldn't afford to take an LSAT prep class. So I went to Barnes & Noble and went to the law school section, LSAT section, and just bought all the books I could afford and just studied them on my own, really. Made flashcards. I also didn't realize how impactful the LSAT score could be on where you get into law school. So I was kind of naive on that part, again, being a first generation law student. I didn't really have anyone to talk to or, study with even. A lot of my friends, right after undergrad, they went to go work. So and I made the decision to jump right into law school as soon as I graduated. So yeah, it was really just me in my room studying by myself. And thankfully, Pepperdine accepted me. And a big factor in that was I went to, they accepted Students Week or Day with my dad. And I heard Dean Richards speak, and she just seemed really welcoming to people like me. My mom is from Mexico, and she's an immigrant, and I just really connected with Dean Richards and Dean Goodnow. So I was like, okay, this place seems super welcoming to me, and I met a couple other more students and decided it was the place for me. Yeah.
Carla, we are so glad to have you, and I think you're right. I think if you're a first generation law student, a lot of times you don't realize how important the LSAT score can be, not to put more pressure on it, but also just to be aware of that is something to consider and think about when you're applying. They're good.
Yes, I'm from Maryland, so I knew I wanted to leave where I was from just so I could get a new experience. So I knew I wanted to be in a big city. I grew up really close to DC, so there was only a couple options I really had. So there was LA, New York, maybe Houston, but I knew I wanted to come out to California. I knew I wanted to be in LA. Originally, I wanted to be an entertainment lawyer, so that's why I applied to most every school in California. But Pepperdine is great with veterans, and that's what drew me here, is that they have a great program. They support veterans. So that's what made me ultimately decide on Pepperdine. As far as the LSAT, I was kind of like Carla. I couldn't do the tutor route, so I went and bought the PowerScore Bibles, and those really helped me. So actually, while I was studying the LSAT, I was sitting on a ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So it was tough, but kind of, I guess my advice would be to get on a schedule and get on a routine, and then just stick to that and kind of build discipline and win time. Because I think that when you're starting out, it's a bit discouraging, but if you stay the course and you finish and you study and you put in the time, then you should get a score that can get you into where you want to be.
Thank you, Thurgood. Your internet kind of went in and out a few times, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying, and I'm very impressed that you studied for the LSAT in the middle of the ocean. That just raises the level of grit and resilience to another level. And I hear you on that. I did the books too, way back in the day. You know, and I think the key is just take like as many exams as you possibly can get yourself through. But I noticed in the chat, there's some great resources being identified as well. So Lindsay?
Okay, so a couple things. One, I, like Carla, was naive and I did not understand how important the LSAT score was. Two, I was in the middle of the ocean, but not on a ship. I actually moved to Kauai at the time. I was trying to kind of figure out my life. And I was in Hawaii, and it's not a culture that really prioritizes kind of like academics. So I had to, it was a little countercultural to study. But what I will say is that the LSAT for me caused me a lot of grief in that I thought if being a lawyer is like studying for the LSAT, I don't want to do it. Like that was my thinking was like, I hate this. This is not my thing. I'm not very good at this. And my LSAT score wasn't that impressive in the end. I did study for it. I wish I would have done a class. And I just want to encourage those of you out there who have maybe taken a practice test or taken some tests, even if you don't like the LSAT, that's okay. Like the LSAT is a very specific kind of test that it's just the way it is with law school. You have to take it to get in, and it happens to be really important. But please don't count yourself out. I remember this moment after the second LSAT I took. I was actually in Honolulu. They didn't even offer the test on Kauai. I had to fly to another island to take it. And I was like crying, like at this awful moment of, what am I supposed to do with my life? Like, should I even go to law school? Maybe I'm crazy to even think I should go to law school, because clearly, like, I just don't get this way of thinking. So don't give up. And then the second thing is that last year, I finally got diagnosed with a learning disability. And because of various reasons, I didn't get diagnosed in the military. In the military, they don't really want you kind of like shy away from letting people know about things you struggle with. So I finally got diagnosed. I was 34 years old, and I finally got diagnosed, and it's made a world of difference for me. So it's maybe right now in the game, it might be if you do feel like you might have something going on that's not letting your brain function as well as it could, I recommend getting that figured out. And whether or not that helps you on the LSAT, it could still help you in law school, and it could just help build your confidence. Because I realized things that I've been struggling with my entire life, I didn't understand there was a reason for it. And now I'm on a much better path to figuring out how I learn.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. I have to say, if it's between being stuck on a boat like Thurgood or Hawaii like you, I think I'd choose Hawaii. But thank you for that. And I know I'm older, but I remember taking the LSAT and studying so hard, and then I would take a practice exam and see my score go down. And it just took the wind out of my sails. And so I think the main thing is just persevere, keep doing it. And Lindsay, you're exactly right. It is no bearing on the kind of lawyer you are going to be. It is simply one more hurdle you got to do to get to there. And so keep in mind that that is not a statement of the lawyer you're going to be. It is just one stepping stone towards the goal of that. Matthew?
So for me, growing up in the greater Los Angeles area, I always wanted to stay in SoCal and go to a school nearby. So for those of you that may be familiar, I'm from east of Pasadena, specifically Arcadia. So I was looking in the area, and when it came to Pepperdine, I had actually been thinking about the school since high school even, and just because of the great area, and I actually had some family members that had a history of working nearby, so I thought it would be very comforting to have them nearby as well. And ultimately, comparing all the other schools, it was just no doubt in my mind that that's where I wanted to go, the community, the views, and I had older people that would just talk so highly of the school. And honestly, it was my first choice, so I'm glad, it was a blessing that I did find myself in this position. So I'm extremely happy for that. As far as the LSAT goes, like everyone has said, just to echo, it is a little bit daunting, but I think one thing that I would really emphasize is just, focus on your mindset going into it. You can't let, just the essence of the test, take over you and stress you out more than you need to. So for me, I took it at a unique time where I was working and I knew I had to stop working so I could really focus on it. And so I took time off, and then I paid for a program with, the money that I had been saving up while working. Took the class, and it was also a little bit more unique because they were switching from the paper and the online version. So I wasn't really sure how to adequately prepare because I had to do both at the same time. And going back to what I was saying, there will be times when you are a bit, overwhelmed and stressed, just naturally. But as long as, you keep the end goal in mind, thinking about, why you're doing it, your purpose for going to school, that'll really keep you grounded and think about, yes, you're doing it for yourself, but I'm sure that, like many of us, we're doing it for people because, we owe them a little bit in some way or another. And so that really kept me grounded, and it allowed me to, be more at ease knowing that because I was, doing my best, and, that's all that I really had to prove. And, luckily, I performed well enough to be here. And so glad that, that's over with. But like I said, just really focus on yourself. Don't let the anxiety get to you. Like, don't focus on other people, what they're doing. Just, find your one place that you love to hang out, whether it's a coffee shop, a library, go there, and, just make it part of your routine, like Thurgood said. And yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Matthew. And I think our audience out there, many of them might be taking it in a different, I don't know, format, but modality since the pandemic. And so I think they're a lot like where you were, where they're just not sure what that's going to look like. And so that you never want more uncertainty, but there you go. But you seem to have pushed through it. So that's great. Let's see, Deepika, I have you up next. And then Caitlin, and then Tyra.
So I was quite the Redditor during my law school application process. I was all up in the law school admission subreddit, the LSAT subreddit, and it wasn't until yesterday when I was talking to a friend of mine about this panel that they told me, but didn't you realize that a lot of the people posting on there didn't look like us? And that was such a mind-blowing comment to me because I was constantly comparing myself to those people who were applying to Ivy Leagues, and they had these incredible scores and all this amazing experience that I felt I couldn't compare with. And so that was really discouraging. And I really wish that I could go back to myself in that time and say, hey, this community is great for when it's coming to looking at stats and resources, but the comparison that comes from it can be really harmful at times. I also want to talk about some of the resources that have been mentioned in the chat. Khan Academy is a really awesome free resource. I highly recommend it. If you're investing money, you should be investing in those online practice tests because that's going to be really helpful. As Dean Goodnow mentioned, I know the modality of the LSAT is changing, and right now there's the LSAT Flex. So you want to prepare yourself for that as much as you can. I also want to say I was able to get a pretty significant discount at Blueprint, which was an LSAT test prep company, and they were very kind. There was a payment plan available. I was able to get a summer job and work and afford that, and it was very fortunate. It was beneficial for me. I know that right now with COVID, the different prep companies are offering online formats. You're not doing in person, which is kind of a good thing because that's a more affordable option. I also want to say that it's really difficult to sometimes get introspective and write those essays, and I know that can be a challenge. So lean on the people around you and ask them to help you and to read your work and to give you feedback. And that was something that was really beneficial for me.
So much great advice, but thank you so very much. And the whole like comparing yourself, it can be just mind-blowing. So very good. I think Matthew, you hit on this too. Just do the best you can absolutely do, and you just go forward with that and try your best not to compare to others because that only rips you down. It does not bring you up. Caitlin?
So yeah, Deepika had mentioned Reddit, and I didn't find out about Reddit until I was in law school. So yeah, kind of like she said, a great resource, but for everything she said, again, keep that in mind. I chose Pepperdine, I think mainly because, again, I wanted to stay in California, but what I loved was how small the school was compared to other schools. I took 4 years off after undergrad. So I had been working a while. I had really come to value my money, my hard-earned money. And so when I wanted to pick a school, I wanted a school that the financial advisor would know my name. I wanted a school where my professor would know my name, my academic counselor knows my name. Now it's a little bit different because it's all online, but they still know my name. And when I send an email, you know, they remember and they check in. And that was really, really important for me because, you know, at larger schools, you will go by and maybe a professor will recognize you. But I think it adds a whole nother value when you can go to a professor and they can ask, hey, Caitlin, your comment in class today was great. And, you know, and we'll go on and have a conversation. So I would say keep that in mind. You know, for me, a small lake is where I wanted to be instead of, you know, the great big ocean. So that, yeah, that was my main factor. And I took Testmasters prep. When I first took the LSAT, like I had no clue what it was. My first score was like 140 or something. Like logic games, I think I got 2 right and I didn't even get to the rest of the questions. Like it was insane. Yeah, so for me, I actually needed to work and to do something to study. And again, luckily I worked, so I was able to do you know, a specific program, but I definitely would recommend that. Like, don't get discouraged, but know your strengths. And by the end of it, logic games was my easiest section. So yeah, know your worth and work hard.
Thank you, Caitlin. Work hard is definitely the thing to do. And thank you for all that great advice. Tyra.
I'm pretty neurotic as a human being. I did a bunch of research on YouTube specifically, but also just reading articles about like what law school is and how people studied. And I was like, where should I apply? So like I made an Excel sheet. I Googled what the US News, like top, whatever, the ranking of all the law schools. I think I put like the top 100 in an Excel sheet. And then I like narrowed it down by location. I was like, oh, I don't want to be in Texas. Sorry. I live there now. I don't want to be in Illinois, which is where I'm from. I was like, I want to be in a place that has like a good music hub because that's what I want to study. I want to study entertainment and music. And so that's how I narrowed it down. And then I was like, okay, 6 schools because applying to law school is like really expensive. Don't want to deal with that. And then I kind of built out what I needed, the types of documents I needed from there. And for the LSAT, I used Khan Academy. I couldn't afford a class. I couldn't afford a tutor. But I did buy the LSAT Trainer by Mike Kim, which I think is a good overview of things, but I don't think it's as in-depth as I would have liked it to be for myself. And then I had prep tests that I bought, and like I just kept drilling that. But really, you could say that I technically started studying for the LSAT like 2 years before, but that's really a lie. Okay, that's a lie. I actually, if I'm being honest about how I actually studied, I probably studied for like 3 weeks, which is not good at all. I'm horrible at self-discipline, and it's something I'm really, really working at because you need that in order to motivate yourself to study. And I wish that's something that I knew how to better regulate at that time. But yeah, I chose Pepperdine because obviously the location I talked about and the entertainment program is fantastic. My friend works at Universal Music Publishing, and she's like, every extern we've had from Pepperdine has been incredible. And I was like, okay, this sounds amazing. And yeah, I felt so welcomed by I didn't get to experience Pepperdine at all. Like this backdrop is the closest I've ever been to campus, but I felt welcomed by everyone I interacted with through the admissions process and then after getting in. And I felt like the ambiance of that was much better than all the other schools that I applied to and was accepted to. So, and I'm not religious at all. And I didn't know Pepperdine was a religious school, but I don't think that made a difference really. I just think it helped foster an environment that is just open and welcoming. So that's my experience.
Tara, thank you so very much. And what I'm going to do is the next question I'm going to ask, I'm just going to open it up to the panelists. And so if you would like to respond to it, if you can just raise your hand and then I'll give you on a call. And the question I want to address is still kind of in that applying kind of area, which is, do you have any other additional general advice on just applying? Tyra, when you say Excel spreadsheet, that's just like, you know, you're speaking my love language. I'm very kind of organized too. So I hear you on that, but others may have approached it in other ways. So if you have general experience or other advice to give, or, you know, what was the most difficult part and how did you kind of get through it? I know we already talked about the LSAT, but so think about that. I do want to just say, hopefully the participants can already feel it. Pepperdine is a special place, and yes, it's beautiful, and yes, but the truth is it's because of exactly what you're seeing on the screen, and that's our students. You can probably just get a sense from the panelists. We just attract like the most genuine, resilient, smart people, and so I can say that when you're looking for a place, and I know it's particularly difficult now, really the legal education kind of wherever you go will be the same. Like you're all going to get contracts and you're all going to learn criminal law and you're all going to learn torts, and you're going to have good professors at every, you know, school that you go to. And so what you're really looking for is what separates, you know, one school from another. And it's definitely our community here. And I would say even with the challenges of COVID-19 and all that that brings, I have seen the 2Ls and the 3Ls reach out to the 1Ls in such meaningful ways. And I think that is such a great example of the type of students that will be your friends, your colleagues, maybe a future spouse, who knows. And so I just want to give a shout out to all of our students on the panel today. This is middle of a Saturday and you are taking your time to be on this panel. And so thank you so very much. Okay, so generally speaking, does anybody have anything else to add about the law admissions process, advice or things you wish you would have known? And I'm just gonna add what I think a lot of you added, that the LSAT is important. You do the best you can do. Don't feel like terrible to maybe do like a payment plan or something like that if that is available to you, only because every kind of LSAT point you get in, so if you go from whatever number to the next number up, that actually can translate into a scholarship at a law school for you. And so it's literally like a great investment. So the return on the money you might spend prepping for the LSAT will be for 3 years adding to itself. And so it will pay for itself eventually, just in terms of the scholarship money you might be able to get. So just keep that in mind, that I know I grew up, not being able to afford those things either, but if there's one place to think about investing in more help, the LSAT would be the start of that, because you will get your money back for that. All right, so from the panelists, anything else you want to add? Yeah, Caitlin, and then Carla.
That's a great point, Dean Goodnote, to add to that. Apply early. For me too, I felt major anxiety, like, oh, I have to figure out which schools I'm going to apply to, but generally speaking, I knew, you know in your heart, and I think in your brain, and you don't have to make the decision right away, which school exactly. So apply early, and then you have all that time in the world to figure the rest out. I wish I had done that a little bit better. I applied later to schools, and then the pressure just adds. So early, do it early.
Thank you, Caitlin. Carla?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I was a little naive on the LSAT process. So I figured my ticket in was going to be my personal statement, and if the school has a diversity statement. So I really focused my energy and my editing skills, and my friends and my family. They all read my personal statements and my diversity statements. I really wanted to make sure that a school recognized my skills as being someone who from a different community, someone that could possibly, help people from my community. And I wanted that to be an aspect of why I got into that school. So I would recommend everyone, obviously here on this Zoom, to really focus on the diversity statement and the personal statement. So I actually got a scholarship from Pepperdine, a diversity scholarship from Pepperdine, which has helped tremendously. So also focus on that.
Excellent advice, excellent advice. Any other panelists want to add anything? Yeah, Tyra.
Regarding the personal statement, I have a hard time writing about myself and being introspective in that way. And so what was really beneficial to me was talking to my mom or someone who's close to you about yourself and your positive qualities, because that's really beneficial to you, I think. And I want to emphasize to not sell yourself short, which is what I was doing. Because there's something about you that is incredible, and you just have to tap into that and write honestly about it. And I think if you're still in college, because I was still in school, I was in school and I was working, and so I went to my career development office and I asked them if they would read over my paper, read over my resume, all those things. I just tried to use my resources as good as I could.
Yeah, one thing I also did is I asked my best friend, like, what are great qualities about me? Because yeah, you're super harsh on yourself and sometimes you don't realize like, oh no, I am all those things that other people think about me. So I would also ask your friends, like, what do you think I have that would be beneficial to this law school? And it'll be really beneficial.
Or your mom, trust me, she knows your best qualities. Or your dad or someone who loves you. Topeka, did you have something you wanted to add?
I wanted to say that I didn't know, or I didn't know many lawyers, and I wasn't familiar with people who had gone through the process all too well. But I did make a huge effort when I was applying to reach out to people who had gone through the process, and I would ask for their insight on what they went through, and I tried to have quick 10-minute phone calls with them just to kind of get an idea of how I could best prepare myself. So I really suggest networking. I know that it can be kind of scary at times, but you can get some really valuable advice from that.
Yeah, networking always scared me as a younger, even today I get a little nervous at it, but I'll tell you, everyone loves to tell their story. And so I think if you're seeking advice and you're trying to network, it's great to say, hey, Goodnow, how did you get where you are? And, could you mentor me? And I think most people are really open to that. So it's a great thing. I wanted to open up to another question. And again, I would just love to open it up to all panelists. So if you would like to add any thoughts, let me know just by raising your hand. And it's that imposter syndrome. And so it's this idea like, oh my gosh, will I even get into law school? And should I even be doing this? Am I cut out for this? And then, kind of even transitioning to your experience as a law student, feeling like you're in that room and you're like, oh my gosh, everyone else is so smart and I'm just not getting this. And full confession, my boss is on the call, Dean Karen, but to this day, there are meetings I walk into and I'm like, I have no idea, why I am here and why am I, I don't feel like I belong there. So I want you to feel as panelists, please feel free to be honest, because to this day, I'm 47 and I still get those moments more often than you would think. And so, my thought is you just kind of push through it and you remind yourself that you have things to offer. But I'd love to hear about kind of that feeling in the application process, and then also kind of how if you have, and maybe you haven't, but if you have, how you've been working with that as a law student, and getting out there and doing those things. If you have anything to add, just raise your hand. Caitlin?
I think it's Michelle Obama. I was going to try to quickly pull up the quote, but she has a quote that was like, everyone sounds so smart, something like that, and you think you're not, but it's, I need to find the quote. But anyway, I resonate with that. I think sometimes there is this sense of like, I don't belong here. Like, what am I doing here? I'm not smart enough, or I'm not the bookworm. I'm not the nerd. I don't know any lawyers. I don't know when to say objection, right? Like those things. And all these kids are saying all these smart legal words. And I'm like, I don't know what pro se is, or, oh, so-and-so was doing this and blah, 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 and all these smart legal terms. And I had no clue. But I think the difference is that one, you'll learn. Now I know what pro se is because I worked for a judge, and one of my, memos that I had to write, the plaintiff was pro se, and so now I know. And so I just think you'll learn. If you don't know it, you'll learn it, and there are 1,000 other things that you know that someone else doesn't. So don't forget that.
They're good.
I think a common theme has kind of been don't sell yourself short. And I would say the same thing for the application process, because you have no idea what that admissions office is looking for, and you may be exactly who they want. So for me, I applied everywhere that I felt like I wanted to go. Like if that was Harvard or like Stanford, and I would apply there, and the worst they can say is no. Like you're not going to get blasted, or like no one's going to know. But for me, something I would encourage is if you feel like you want to go to wherever you want to go, apply, because you may be exactly who they're looking for, and you may be discounting yourself. So that's one thing I would say with that. I felt the same way as Caitlin. When I got here, I didn't know what plaintiff meant. I didn't know what appellant meant. And everybody was saying these words like the first week, and I just felt really overwhelmed. But I kind of took it, and I looked at kind of what I was involved in, and it was great to be surrounded by so many people that are smart, that are advocating, that are passionate. And that's kind of what I started looking for. I don't compare myself to anyone. It's more so I feel that everyone, especially at Pepperdine, they all encourage me, at least, whether I know them personally or not, to be a better version of myself. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Thurgood. Anyone else? Carla, I see yeah, go for it.
Just to jump off of what Thurgood said, that is one of the big problems I had when I was a 1L my fall semester, was that comparing yourself to everyone else in your section. I think that's one of the reasons why maybe I didn't do so well in my 1L fall semesters, because I was constantly comparing myself to everyone else and thinking, oh, well, she worked for a lawyer before she came here, so she knows all these things, and here I am, already behind before we even start. I was, I think, really harsh on myself. And what helped me was to connect with other students who came from a similar background or maybe felt the same way. Right away, I held on to Caitlin because she felt what I was feeling, and Lindsay and Thurgood, and it was so awesome to create this little community amongst ourselves. And now we're in our own organizations on campus, and we've met Tyra and Matthew, and all these other 1Ls who feel the same way as we do. And I think it really helps to create a community once you get into law school, because then you can cry to them on the phone or over Zoom and be like, what did they talk about for that whole hour? I have no idea. So yeah, definitely create your little community once you get into law school.
Definitely great advice. And I think even it has to be more deliberate in the current environment, but you guys are just doing a great job of that. Tyra.
Yeah, I just really want to reiterate to focus on comparing yourself today who you were yesterday. Because I went to music school, I was in a million classes there. We were in 10 classes a semester, but I wasn't writing all the time. I didn't have to read like that. So I felt like I was inadequate because I had just never been academically challenged in that way. But you're there for a reason. And so as long as you are getting better every day, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I love that. And I will say, I think since so many of you all on the panel are first generation lawyers, including myself, it's a specialty field, and it's kind of like learning a foreign language. I kind of feel like, to have the vocabulary and you're not at a huge disadvantage not knowing that. It feels like you are when you walk in and people are chatting, but you catch up super fast. I think goodness for Google, right? It was the Black Law Dictionary in my day. But yeah, it's like a foreign language, and I think you start getting fluent in it. The Pika and Tyra, you're still probably half into that world and half out of that world, but I think as you go further along as a first year, and by second year, as you said, Caitlin, you just, because you had more experiences, you start getting it. But it's much like a language, and I'm sure many of our participants are bilingual or trilingual or something along those lines. And so just remember you to be patient with yourself, and you're being immersed basically in a culture with foreign language. And so you'll get it because you're immersed in it, but it does feel a little overwhelming at times. Anything else about the imposter syndrome or the fear of not actually even getting into a law school or anything like that, Lindsay?
Actually, I think Matthew had his hand up first. Go ahead, Matthew.
Thanks, Lindsay. Matthew, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah, so I had an experience with that because I took 2 years off. And so I really, took the time to focus on my field, and it wasn't necessarily legal based. Like I didn't go work, for an attorney. And so going into the admissions process, I thought, okay, what am I going to really speak about? But kind of going back to what we were talking about, just be genuine with yourself, because, everyone that gets into law school is different, and you're special for a reason. And so as long as you can hone in on that and show it to the admissions office, then it's all going to come to fruition. So when it does come time that you are going to be in school, then, think about that the school chose you for a reason. So you're there, because you deserve to be there. And think about, how many people there are. Everyone is different. For instance, in my class, I have people that are mechanical engineers, or they have experience, in computers, completely on the opposite side of the law, but still they're special in their own way, and they bring, great diversity to our schools. So same goes for you. There's a reason why, you got accepted. So you got to keep that in the back of your head. On top of that, I'd also say, a little bit more specific to the experience, prepare your mindset. Definitely take some time to enjoy yourself. But, I definitely commend you all for being here, because you're already taking the right steps to prepare yourself. You're, doing a lot more than I probably did during undergrad, but, kind of accept the fact that, once you're in there, you're gonna be reading most of the time, you're gonna be studying, you're gonna be having, a strict routine. And you might not necessarily have all the time to, hang out and see people as much as before. But on the flip side of that, you're going to be more intentional with seeing those people and maintaining those relationships. And it's going to make it even that more special. So if you kind of develop your mindset in that way, once you do go to school, you won't be as surprised and overwhelmed, because you were like, you know what, I knew this was coming. This is what I'm here for, and I'm going to knock it out of the park.
Thanks, Matthew. And I just want to reiterate that thing you said about take some time for yourself now, because law school is kind of crazy. That's the thesis I got, the theme I kind of got. And I think a lot of people in this process right now, they apply, they get into the law school they want, and then they have this summer and they're like, what should I do? And my advice is always watch a bunch of lawyer movies, hang out with your friends. There's not really all that much you can do to prepare for law school. If you come to Pepperdine, we have some resources for you that you can take advantage of. But again, I think you're going to be ready to do it. So go, just trust yourself. Lindsay?
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about, someone in the chat asked about faith. And what I want to say is my faith is important to me. And I really like that Pepperdine has a foundation of faith. And of course, not everyone who goes to Pepperdine has that. And that's actually wonderful, because the diversity of who we are, whether or not we are Christians or Buddhists or Muslim or don't believe, I just think it's really beautiful. And I've found a wonderful community at Pepperdine. But personally, I wasn't sure if law school is right for me. And in this process of discernment, as you're trying to figure out where do I apply, then once I get my acceptances, where do I go? I really encourage you, if you are a person of faith, like give this to God. Like let this be something that you pray about and ask your mentors and the people in your life about, because they have a lot of wisdom. And frankly, a lot of times in our life, like we think we know the way to go, but we think we know the way, but maybe that's not exactly the way. And I'll be honest, like there were some other schools I applied to that weren't Pepperdine that I thought was the place for me, but they weren't the place for me. And I took a trip. I flew from Kauai, from the middle of the Pacific to California, thinking I would move back to Kauai. And I said, you know what? I'm going to just see what it feels like. And I came to Pepperdine. It was the first time I had seen the campus, and I just knew. In my heart, I knew this is where I'm supposed to be. And it's not something that I can explain from here. It's here. So don't doubt your gut. Don't doubt whether you're a person of faith or not. Like, we all have a gut and we have an intuition. So don't doubt that. If Pepperdine's a place for you, we welcome you and we hope, to see you next year. But if it's not, we encourage you to go to the place where you're meant to be, because it's really easy in law school to get caught up with the game of law school. Like, I have to be ranked at this percentile, and I have to have an LSAT scores that are here, and I need to get into you probably heard it, a top 14 school and all this stuff. And that's all fine. But you know what? Like, I really believe that God has a plan for my life, and I'm at Pepperdine for a reason. I'm here to interact with certain people. I'm here to learn from certain faculty. And it's kind of a mystery. I don't exactly know where it's going to lead, but I just know that this is the next right step and I'm in the right place. So don't doubt yourself, and don't be afraid to trust your gut and to pray about it and just to go with it, because you never know where it's going to lead. And I'm so glad I chose Pepperdine. But at the outset, it wasn't my first choice school. So this is just an example of how things can shift and you can end up exactly where you're supposed to be.
That is excellent, and it's a great kind of segue, Lindsay, into what I wanted to talk about, which is actually what it feels like to be in law school generally, and then specifically your experiences at Pepperdine. And so again, I'm going to open this up to all of the panelists, and I'd love for you to just kind of think about what has been good for you in law school, maybe that is specific to Pepperdine. Where can Pepperdine improve, specifically Pepperdine, but it may also be the case that could be approved across a bunch of law schools. And I want you to feel like you can speak freely on the panel, and I will even start out, and then you guys can just raise your hands. I think one thing we do well, and Lindsay, I think a lot of you guys hit this, we're really good at admissions. We get good students. We get wonderful people that are well-rounded, that bring all kinds of diversity, from political. I know there were some questions about the politics and, faith, and people of color, men and women from across the country, from people who've had careers to people right out of college. We do a good job on admissions, and I think you guys are exhibit A to my argument, just hearing you talk today and knowing so many of you. I think where we can improve is actually on how we have opportunities and raise our diversity, and it is something that we are working on. We're getting better, but we have a lot of improvement. And so I'm very excited that Dean Richards is our, first Dean of Student Life and Belonging, because her heart, I just feel God has placed her in this role to help us continue to challenge ourselves to do better and better in this area. And I know many of you on this call have been very instrumental in helping us as well. I see the For People of Color Conference. This conference is the start of just that real important thing of encouraging you all who are participants out there who may not have thought of Pepperdine as a place where you would fit. Please know that you will. And we want you here, and we want you to apply, and they're good. I think you and I are of the same mind. Apply broad and big to the extent you can afford it, because you just don't know, and it's better to have the choice, Caitlin, early than later. And so I want to do that. So I'm going to open it up to the panel now. Your experience at Pepperdine, if you're a person of color, how has that been at Pepperdine, and maybe just feeling in law school or in the legal kind of career generally as well. Anybody want to take the first dive? Topeka, thank you.
Yes, so I remember being accepted into Pepperdine, and I decided to visit the campus with my family. And my mom and I were walking down the halls of the law school and looking at all the pictures on the walls. And we said, oh, wow, there are a lot of white faces up there, and I don't see myself in any of them. And it's brutal honesty. It's really intimidating. It can be really tough sometimes to be the person in class whose name gets mispronounced. And then it just kind of eats away at you sometimes. But I have some really supportive section mates who have been really working hard to say my name right and to point it out when someone says it wrong. I have been making use of the therapy at Pepperdine, and Lindsay actually was the person who inspired me to go and check it out because I saw her speak at Launch Week. And Pepperdine has some really terrific services, seriously, compared to what my large public school undergrad was able to offer me. So I'm very grateful for that. I will say that it can be a little discouraging at times when you don't know many people who reflect what you are in your background in the legal industry. Pepperdine is doing a great job of attempting to introduce us to those people though. Yesterday, we had a diversity on the bench talk, and that was my first time ever seeing an Asian American female judge. And I was so inspired. I was so inspired, you guys. So I want to say that it can be really difficult at times, but if you put yourself out there to try and meet new people and go to those events, you can get a lot out of it.
Thank you so much. Carla?
So one of the things that I really struggled with starting law school was reading the cases and seeing people that I grew up with reflected in those cases, but professors completely ignoring it. You know that they're talking about a person of color in a case because of the way the judge is talking about them. And I would get, riled up, and I would raise my hand and be like, we have to talk about this, and get shut down, Some professors would be willing to talk about it with me, but a lot of times I was shut down, and it hurts, but I think that's why this event is so important, and I really commend all of you guys for attending this event, because we need more people of color in law schools that can, back each other up and, ask those questions of their professors and of their peers. It's super important. It's the only way things are going to change is if people like us apply and go to these schools and raise our voices and question, these cases, this case law that didn't always reflect our communities. And one thing that helped me keep on fighting, I guess, is joining the Latinx Club. I also joined it's called the National Lawyers Guild, and they are an activist organization that, provides legal services for communities of color and just marginalized communities. And having those groups with me and those members of those groups in my classes just encouraged me, and they would tell me after class, like, oh, thank God that you said something. So yeah, if you go to a law school, make sure you join those organizations that you feel will back you up in class and outside of class.
Caitlin?
Yeah, I think for me, and maybe this does go to the imposter syndrome question as well, because it's not always easy. And I think this isn't just a Pepperdine problem. This is a problem across law schools and the legal field in itself, right? So like, I did think about diversity before applying to schools, and it kind of dawned on me pretty quick, like no matter where I went, I was always going to be different. So it's not, I think it's just a legal field problem in general. And then what is the solution, right? To have more people of color, more people with my background, more people with varying backgrounds, right? And I think also something that wasn't quite obvious as to me before was lower income diversity. I think for me, that was the hardest, was realizing like, I don't have the same amount of money as other kids maybe in my class. But I think exactly what Carla said was, if she wasn't in my section, I don't know if I would still be here. I really don't, because sometimes it is hard to feel so alone on top of all the other things. But I think that's what's also good about being at a smaller school like this, is I was able to become friends with her. And, now me and Carla have kind of made it our mission with our organizations to make sure that other one else don't feel like we did. And again, I think that comes from being at a smaller school. We can put on events, we can reach out to people, and we can, kind of be mentors we had a mentor, right? And she's Carmen, she's a 3L. I will never stop speaking her praises because she's so intelligent, so smart, but she lended out a hand. She's not a lawyer yet, but she was the closest thing to a lawyer I knew. And so she was there for me to help me. And so I think no matter where you go, I think it's going to be hard. And I think that because you are a person of color, it's going to be even harder. I do. But I think that you will find people along the way that are going to make it easier and who are going to make it more fun.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. And I just want to add that we do admissions well because look at you guys, but we need more diversity. And so I just cannot encourage you out there in the participant world, like please apply. We want more students like this at Pepperdine. So even if you didn't hear about us before or know about us before, we just want to encourage you to apply. Is there anything else about Pepperdine that has just stuck out for you, that maybe was pleasantly surprising, or just law school in general? Like you're like, oh, I didn't think I would, this has been a lot more fun than I thought. Anything like that you want to add about your experience so far? They're good?
One thing I will say that I love about Pepperdine that I didn't get in undergrad is that the communication kind of up the chain of leadership. I've emailed Dean Karen directly and he's gotten back to me. I've emailed Dean Goodnow, Dean Richards, and that's something I couldn't do in undergrad. And they're so respectful, so responsive, so encouraging, and that's top down. That's what you get from the administration, from the faculty. So that's something I really appreciated. And I appreciate still about Pepperdine. One thing I have loved is that there are so many unique opportunities that Pepperdine offers. This summer, I was able to work with veterans and low-income Californians and do like a expungement clinic where I helped expunge misdemeanors off their record. And that was something I never imagined that I would do, or even that Pepperdine would kind of have that option for me to partake in that. So I was able to do that. I was able to work at the DA's office, and Pepperdine has really like encouraged and supported and helped me kind of get both of those opportunities. So that's something I've loved, is that there's so many opportunities that you don't know about law school that get presented to you.
Thank you so much. They're good. I really appreciate that. Does anybody on the panel want to speak to professors and like how to, because I know I was very shy about going to my professors, and something we try to encourage all the students to do is go to your professors, because these are like the most amazing people, smart, nice, all the above, and want to mentor. So I don't know if anyone has anything to add about that, about reaching out to your professors. I know we talked about getting mentorship with other students. Any stories about professors? Lindsay?
Yeah, so it was really cool because last fall, our torts professor, torts just means like things that, things that are committed against other people that need to be mitigated. It's just like personal injury type things. And our torts professor, the reason I say that, by the way, is torts is really confusing. You're like, okay, are we talking about a cake here? Like, what's happening? So if you don't know what that means, it's totally fine. You don't need to know that yet. But he invited our entire section, I think that's like 60 of us, to his home, and he did like a Halloween party with our civil procedure professors. So that's the kind of interaction you can expect. It was very generous. We had food and everything. And it's like, I obviously don't know what other law schools are like, but I was impressed and kind of surprised by that. Professors are very available. So if you want help or extra instruction or just to clarify something, most professors I've dealt with are really open to, hey, I'll email you or even call you in this day and age, like, hey, I have Zoom office hours. And I get the sense that they're probably a bit more responsive than most places. And they really care about the students. Like, I genuinely think they enjoy teaching. And so it's more enjoyable when you have a professor who enjoys doing the craft of teaching. So I think that like that's, even if you don't love the professor's style, like there were a couple of professors I maybe didn't like their style, but I could tell they really cared, you know, and they were doing their very best to communicate, you know, with us. So I think that that's a unique thing that Pepperdine offers that, you know, some other schools might not have the same emphasis like on the students.
Caitlin.
I have a fun / sad story. My first, so yeah, the 1Ls, you guys just finished your closed memo. So that's like the first piece of, you know, graded work that you get back. And, you know, they tell you, at least when you start law school, like, you guys are all the best and that's why you're here. So, you know, just be forewarned that like you might not get the grade you want. And I remember thinking that, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm ready for that. And I'll never forget getting my closed memo back and just like, you know, you just see red everywhere, red markings. And I went to my professor, Professor Stephanie Williams, who's, you know, I mean, a favorite. And I sat there with her and I was like, but I did that here, right? And she's like, well, and I think she could see that I was like on the verge of a breakdown. And she was like, Caitlin, let's walk through it, you know? And she sat with me there. And like, I just remember feeling so broken, but at the same time, like, oh my God, okay, I'm ready for the next one. Like now I know what I did wrong. And you know, her words were so comforting. She was just like, here's what you could do better. You know, here's where you drop down and here's something that you can do. And I'll never forget that because I've had professors or even teachers who were just like, yeah, you didn't get it. And that's it. And that's not the case here for sure. She's not the only professor that I've gone to say like, you know, I'm struggling. I don't know what the other kids are doing, but I'm not getting it. And they've helped me. They've sat with me. They've talked with me, you know, especially over Zoom now, it's a lot easier. And they kind of hold your hand a little. And sometimes you need that.
And so if there's one thing I could just say is, please reach out to your professors, whatever law school you go to. I was very shy about that. I didn't think I was prepared enough to do it. And I wish I would have done it more because you don't have to be totally prepared to go talk to a professor. They are professors because they love teaching. For the and Topeka, I saw you had a hand, and then I'll have one more question for the whole panel before I let you guys go. I feel like we could talk all afternoon. I love you guys so very much and all the stuff you're saying. But Topeka, I'll let you have the final word on this, and then what I want to ask the whole panelist, and Tyra, I think I'll start with you, is going to be, what advice would you give yourself if you could go back in time, not just getting into law school, but just, you know, approaching your first year?
So I'll wrap it up quickly. I just wanted to say that the professors at Pepperdine are so, so kind. I have been getting cold called on quite a bit in these past few weeks, and it's been rough. It's been kind of rough. But my professor is so kind about it, and they will laugh with you and they will make you feel comfortable. And I think that's such an asset. There's not that mentality of look to the person to your left and look to the person on your right and one of you won't be there. That's just not a thing here at Pepperdine. And I'm really appreciating having that kind of support. And they will also geek out with you about podcast episodes and things like that. It's a great environment.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. And we could talk for so long. I know there's been some questions we didn't even get to, kind of about like student life and networking and all that stuff. And so I just really want to encourage you, like if you're really interested in Pepperdine, you can shoot me an email, or Dean Richards or anybody on the panel, and we'll share with you. I will say we have very good things, like these things called open conversations, which we try to do once a month, where we just talk openly in a safe space about the most controversial stuff you could imagine. We try to anyway. And so we're hoping to foster that kind of conversation at the school, because if you can't do it as law students, and y'all will be the leaders of the country very soon, you know, we gotta figure out how to do that, how to talk to each other from all different backgrounds and things. But there's, you know, kind of the pearl is your oyster in law school. And if you have a particular area, and this is Pepperdine, and I think it's true wherever you will wind up going, if you have a particular area that you're interested in and you don't see that at the school, do not hesitate to approach a professor or an administrator. They'll find it, but you pretty much get all the networking opportunities and all kinds of different aspects of student life. Okay, so advice to yourself, Tyra, if you could go back in time. And then I'll just go through the panelists again, and that will close this portion of the program. So Tyra, I have you up, and then Matthew, and then we'll go from there.
I am one of the biggest procrastinators to ever exist. I've lived my whole life that way. I was a gifted student hello. I was a gifted student in school and primary school and everything. And so like I never really learned how to study well just because concepts came easily to me. Law school is not like that. Studying for the LSAT is not like that. And I wish I knew how to study effectively prior to studying for the LSAT, prior to getting into law school. And I wish I had practiced disciplining myself in that way mentally, because it's really fatiguing when you're just starting and you have a bunch of things to do. Like I was taking naps every day for the first 2 weeks of class because I was so tired because I had never worked so hard mentally. So that's something I would have tried to do prior to starting law school and starting this whole experience.
Calendar, right, Tyra? Like
Yeah.
a detailed calendar, like I wake up at 8 a.m. and yeah, I know.
My day on my calendar, my Google Calendar is planned out to the minute. Every event is in there. All of my classes, when I'm studying, when I can take a nap, like everything
That's
is.
the way to do it. Yeah, it's the way to do it. It's great advice and it's very practical. So thank you so much, Matthew. And then Caitlin, I have you up next.
For me, if I could go back and tell myself something, it would be don't doubt yourself. It all works out in the end. Honestly, that's really true, and it's come full circle for me. Because like I mentioned before, I took 2 years off once I graduated, and I went to work and, take the LSAT. But I was very honest about that going into the admissions process. I said, hey, when I graduated, I wasn't ready to go to law school, but I took 2 years off and this is what I did. And now this is who I am. And so this is why I think I deserve to go to your law school. So, just really trust in yourself and, think about the things that are important to you. Don't lose sight of, what your goals are. And, there will be a bunch of, outside stimulus that will try to, kind of get in the way of that, but, just tune out the noise and, really focus on yourself. And because in the end, if you do all the right things, and even if you, take a few hiccups here and there, as long as, you're on your path, your unique path, not anyone else's, then it's going to work out in the end and you're going to be right where you belong. And trust me, I'm sure you're going to be there.
Excellent, Matthew. That is so true. Just got to trust yourself. It is rigorous. And so I think if you're not ready for that, it's a good thing to take a year off or two even if you're not ready for that. But if you're ready for that, then boy, get in there and do it. It's fantastic. Caitlin, and then Thurgood.
Yeah, or 4 years off like I did. I think I honestly didn't know what I was going to say, but I think Matthew inspired me a little bit with, I think in the beginning I was afraid to make a choice and I think I was just afraid to pick a path, especially, I've become so indecisive, I'm so worried about, oh, well, if I turn left instead of right, then my whole world is going to turn upside down. So I think if I could tell myself anything, it would be that I'm on this path and there are a whole lot of ways to get to the end goal. And I just have to ask myself, what is the end goal? And start trudging along. Cause I think no matter where you go, kind of like Matthew said, you're going to get there, so not to be so, burdened down, I think, with the fear of decision making.
Oh, I think that's so true, Caitlin. The best advice I ever got was from my mom when I was trying to make a decision on a job after law school. But I think it goes true when you have options. You guys out there might have options of what law school to go to. And I think the thing to remember is, it's like an ice cream shop. All ice cream is good. They're just different flavors, so you're not going to make a decision that destroys it. It's a good thing to have options, but it can feel incredibly burdensome. So let's see, Thurgood and then Topeka.
So Dean Goodnow touched on this. So one thing I definitely would do is I played basketball in college. I loved being around basketball, but I could never be like a trainer or a coach because it just doesn't pay the bills. So I got out of the military in May and law school started in August. And I literally took those months and I just became a basketball trainer. I did something I had always wanted to do. and I just did it for fun. I didn't do it to make like any amount of money and stuff. So I would definitely take the summer and just like do something you want to do, like travel or read, or like don't do anything. And that's something I would definitely recommend. What I learned was I was relying too much on what everyone else was doing. So when it came to studying, when it came to how they were reading, when it came to how they were preparing for class, I would compare what they did and then I would do that. But that doesn't work for me. So I had to find what worked best, whether that was studying, how I read, what resources I used, because everyone learns differently. So one thing I wish I had known going into law school is just to trust yourself. Like, you got into Pepperdine, you made it through undergrad. Some of you have been in higher education with your masters and stuff like that. Like, you know how to study, you know what works best for you. So it doesn't make sense to get to law school and then look to your left and right and try and take what other people are doing. So that's what I would recommend.
Thank you so good, Deepika. And then Lindsay and Carla.
I would tell myself that I need to know my limits, because I got my first LSAT test result back and I said, I'm a few points away from a really like good score, and I think I could improve it if I took another test. So I decided to study to take the LSAT again, work on my applications, be a student, and work all at the same time. And that was too much. Something was bound to give, you know. You've got to understand that you can't do everything, and not everything is going to be perfect in the vision that you imagined it would, or the vision that Elle Woods told you it would be. It's not realistic. Be realistic with yourself. Be okay with what you do, because you know what you're doing is good enough. I'm really, really happy with where I am right now. And I do believe that everything works out and happens for a reason. So be realistic, know your limits, and believe that things are going to work out.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, and then Carla.
Okay, people have dropped so much wisdom. I don't have much to add, except I think that Pepperdine is a really unique place. And, you know, with RGB, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passing away last night, I think this is a time to reflect on what it means to fight for justice. And I was thinking about how, you know, as a young lawyer, she had top grades and yet was not accepted to work in a law firm in New York City. And she had to overcome so much to get to get to the Supreme Court. But in doing so, she made the way for people, you know, and so not just women. I mean, she was an advocate for, you know, civil rights for many different groups. And she impacted the world in a huge way. And I just think that each of us has a purpose, and we do need more diversity at Pepperdine. There's no doubt. And so I want you to know, like, we hope you choose Pepperdine. We need you. We really need you, and the world needs you. And I'm just going to end with this quote by MLK, because I saw this on Instagram the other day and I was like, yes. So Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity." Like, I can't say it better than that. And Pepperdine's the kind of place where you can be that kind of lawyer and advocate. It's the kind of place that's going to develop those skills. And like, I feel like Pepperdine has a big picture on the kind of impact you can make. Not just, oh, I'm going to get a degree, go get a job and make a ton of money. Like, that's fine too. Making money's not bad. Nothing against that. But it can be even bigger than money, way bigger. And so I would just encourage you to really consider Pepperdine, because this is what we're about.
Thank you, Lindsay. Fantastic. Carla.
Man, how can I follow so many good quotes, Lindsay? I'm just going to say, like everyone else here has basically said, don't be harsh on yourself. You're going to get accepted somewhere. You're going to do great somewhere. They're going to need you wherever you go. So just, you know, love yourself, and yeah, enjoy your time right now that you're out of law school and you're applying. It's super stressful, the application process, but yeah, once you're in law school, it's a whole different ball game. It's hard. It's nothing like you've ever done before. It's a different language, like Dean Goodnow said. But you're gonna have support systems in law school. You will, wherever you go, there'll be people there that are gonna wanna lift you up. If you choose Pepperdine, I'll be here. You know, all of us here are willing to lift you up and help you out in any way we can. Last night we did a fun trivia day for Hispanic Heritage Month. You know, we just try to do little things like that to lift each other up. Because sometimes you're gonna get boggled down by, I have to get this externship, you know, I have to get this grade. Oh, this person is working for this amazing judge, you know, and it's like, you're going to do the things that are good for you in your own way. There's tons of different pathways in law school. So just focus on yourself, really, and try to make good friends along the way, and enjoy your time in law school too. It's a crazy experience that you'll never forget, for sure, especially right now with it being all on Zoom.
I just want to again thank the panelists. It's so lovely to see you all, and thank you for taking time on this Saturday to mentor so many hundreds of people out there. For all of our participants, please know we are praying for you. We pray that you believe in yourself. We pray you shoot high. We pray for so much success for you in whatever path you get led to. We do pray you give us a try. I'm sure we would love to have you here because we need you. We need more people like the panelists you see today. So much success. Do not hesitate to email. And I want to again thank all the panelists. You're fantastic. Dean Richards, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Dean Goodnow. Thank you, Tyra, Caitlin, Deepika, Carla, Thurgood, Lindsay, and Matthew. You are the heart of the school, are our students, and we are so grateful that you took this time to be with us today. You almost made me cry several times, but I put on my good mascara, so I did not. So thank you all so much for taking that time. Attendees, this is supposed to be now about 10 minutes for additional questions that you may have generally about Pepperdine, but we've already answered 132 questions in the Q&A box today. So I don't know if any others may still remain, but we are here. I am happy to answer them, and then I will just have a few closing remarks and we will get you on your way. I would be happy to, since they put their emails in the chat box, I'll be sending an email to all the registrants thanking you for attending and with some links on how you can get more information about Pepperdine. So I will include the information for these panelists. And if they delay in responding to you, I ask that you show them some grace. Remember that they are current students themselves. So depending on the time in the semester when you email them, they may be in the middle of, sorry, 1Ls, now you have another memo coming up with your open memos, or they may be going through midterms or even at finals. So just give them, I know, Lindsay, you're on moot court team, Thurgood's doing, yeah, they all do so much. So I just ask that you give them some time to respond to your emails. Don't take it as a slight. If they don't immediately, charge it to their heads and not their hearts, as we used to say when I was growing up, if they delay at all in answering you. But we are happy to. I do want to answer one question that had come through. We answered it in type, but I want to give you an answer in person as well. And since the students are sticking around, some of them may want to chime in. We had several questions about how COVID has impacted our educational experience. And that happened sort of on a dime, right, last spring. So Caitlin, Carla, Thurgood, Lindsay, you experienced that as 1Ls, moving from being in person, and all of a sudden you were at a place where you turned in a brief and then you were told, don't come back to campus. And some of you had to move right away, and it was a lot. And now we're on campus this semester as well. And so I think the first thing I'd want to say is what we've said, which is at Pepperdine, we put the health, the safety of our community before everything else. And sometimes that means even to our own inconvenience. Because I promise you, speaking for the administration and the faculty, we want nothing more than to be in person with our students. We would want nothing more. I would want nothing more than to have all 660 people who registered for this webinar at the campus together today. But unfortunately, because we want to make sure that people are kept safe, that they're kept healthy, we've had to move online for this semester. Our decisions for next semester are still subject to review. We have to be in line with what LA County and the state governance may say. But then of course, Dean Karen and the university administration are looking at what's in the best for our students and for our community. So all of that to say, we don't know where we're gonna be in 3 weeks, right? We don't know. We hope to be back together in person, but we've done everything we could to make our pivot to being online as smooth as possible. So Deepika, Matthew, and Tyra experienced Launch Week online. That's our new student orientation. They got to look at my face online for a week, and I hope it wasn't too much for them during that time. I know our professors worked feverishly over the summer to translate all of their curriculum content to something that would work in an online format. And that's not without hiccups, you know, it happens to the best of us. But they've worked to translate that. But we've been doing everything we can. Some ask how the clinics have been happening. And if I'm remembering registrations correctly, Lindsay or Carla, one of you did a clinic, no, Thurgood, you did a clinic this summer, right? And you would have done that through virtual, am I right? Do you have a minute or two just to share how that experience was doing a clinic virtually?
Yes, it was really interesting because, like you said, Dean Richards, it would normally be on the ground. So Pepperdine has this clinic, is the Justice Bus, where they allow law students to hop on like a bus and go down into different communities within Los Angeles and help out. But I was fortunately enough to get the opportunity to do that this summer, but it was virtual. So we did the training all virtually. We met with clients all virtually. So we did paperwork, and I was sitting there doing paperwork while the client was watching me on the screen. So it was a bit different, but the results were the same. So I think something that I think we've all learned is that there's going to be adversity and you have to adapt. Once you become an attorney and you're in trial, like everything's not going to go as planned. And that's what happened with our year. And we kind of had to make do with what we had to. So we shifted and we're all online. But Pepperdine's done a great job at trying to continue the atmosphere of education that they had while we were in person. So yeah, it was great. It was a great opportunity.
Thanks, Thurgood. Thank you for sharing that. And I will say, I know that all of our clinics are operating this semester and operating virtually. And because I still talk to a lot of my friends who are in active practice, they're doing exactly what attorneys are having to do with many of their clients. Deepika, we had a question come in and I saw a little note that you wanted to answer it live. Do you want to take that?
I accidentally clicked live and I meant to type the answer. I typed the answer. I'm sorry about that. This is my first webinar.
No, you're amazing for even doing that. So thank you for typing in the answer. I think it was, how do you get started when you feel overwhelmed? And they've answered so much. And, you know, if I can, I would want to remind you that Rome wasn't built in a day. So you want to start step by step, break it down in little pieces. Don't jump to, as my grandfather always told me, don't borrow trouble from tomorrow today, right? So start with the little things that you can do today, then go to the thing tomorrow and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. Yes, this has been recorded. You will be getting emails about how to do all of that. Are there, another question that we got, if any of you, well, none of you would have done the London program, but I do want to say, it was about study abroad. We have an amazing London program. I think one of you was thinking about doing it this semester, and then due to travel restrictions, it got canceled. But then we also have our DC program as well, where you can go, especially if you're interested in being in government work, policy work, or we had questions earlier about our alumni, and what if you're from the East Coast and you want to go back there? And we have such a strong alumni network in DC, New York, so the tri-state and then DMV areas because of that DC program. And let me tell you, the people who do that program are bonded together like nothing, because they're all together in this one little place and they get externships in the government, regardless of who's in office. So regardless of where you sort of fall on the political spectrum, we've had people attain really, really good positions across the DOJ, various agencies, because of our connections there. And Lindsay, it looks like you have a minute. If you want to talk about doing an externship over the summer and doing it virtually.
Yeah, so I was able to do an externship this summer. And what that means is you get credit, academic credit for working. And I worked in this really cool nonprofit based out of DC. I worked remotely. So I was in Georgia. I'm living with my parents right now. So I was in Georgia working for this executive director in DC. I loved my job. I worked on immigration issues. We did an advocacy campaign where we had like 500 people across the country advocate for pro-immigration policies with senators and representatives. And I was just a part of a coalition that was doing it. It was so impactful. And I also was able to help with their human rights curriculum. So just because we're online doesn't mean you can't do really impactful work. I loved my experience. And the way I got that job is through networking in Pepperdine. So one of the clinic professors, Professor Baker, introduced me to the executive director, and that's how I got that externship. So there's a lot of opportunities, but like Thurgood said, you have to just be flexible and try to not be fixated on doing a certain thing. Be open. Like I didn't have my summer plans figured out like until like May or something. I mean, it was very close, but that's okay. You know, you just adapt and flow with it. So there's a lot of opportunities to do stuff like that.
Yeah, Carla?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Katie and I both worked for a judge over the summer, and the judges both did it all through Zoom and online. I think I went into chambers in the courthouse once or twice to have lunch with my judge. But yeah, we just adapted and did everything online. And we're both also working, I think she's working for the DA, and I'm working for the public defenders online during the fall. And there's still tons of opportunities out there, so don't worry about that. Lawyers still need help, and even probably more now when everything's on Zoom and they, still need the research and everything done. So don't worry too much about that. You'll still have the opportunities that you need.
Wow, thank you so much. And I hope that gave you all some hope, our 1Ls, Matt, Deepika, and Tyra, to think like there's hope. There are things that I can do. So I thank you all so much. I want to just give my closing remarks. Students, you can stay if you want, but some of it will be the soapbox that you've heard me stand on before. And they're laughing because they know that this is what I'm passionate about. And to our attendees, you've heard so much about it today. But what I really want to sum it up is that this is a place where you belong. And not just at Pepperdine, but the law. The law is a place where you belong. And historically, and baked even into the founding of this nation, has been the notion that the law, the rights given under the law, the rights given under the Constitution, the right to appear for yourself in court to negotiate your contracts, only belong to one segment of society. And that if you didn't fit into that view, if you didn't fit into that segment, you didn't belong. You couldn't find hope. You couldn't find peace. And it's unfortunate that this is something it's precedent. I can name a case if you want it. Dred Scott said, Black people, you don't belong. There was the Korematsu case that said, Asian Americans, you don't belong, right? We've had time after time after time. Lindsay referenced Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was told, you don't belong, until she went to the Supreme Court to argue that she, in fact, did belong and that this was her place. So if you take nothing else from this day, I hope you take that the law itself is something to which you belong. And what does belonging mean? It means ownership. It means that you have rights in it. And so this is my favorite analogy of this. If I invite all of you all, 660, over to my home, you may be welcome. It's a place where I want you to be here. I might say I've set this bedroom aside for you, but in the back of your mind, you'll always know that your right to be in that home is dependent on how much I want you there. That I can at any time say, all right, you've overstayed your welcome, here's the door, and kick you out. But if you own it, if it's in your name, even if you make the payments to the bank, but it's still kind of in your name, you know that no one can kick you out. The bills come to you, and so you act differently. You walk around barefoot, maybe even naked. I don't know, I'm not gonna judge what you do in your own home, but you do what you want, you leave your dishes, you don't always do your laundry, you're obsessively clean, you watch crazy reality TV because you know that it's yours and you take liberties with it and you are fiercely protective of it. because you know it's yours. You don't let anybody come in and do anything they want because it belongs to you, right? You own it. That is the law for you. You own it. You own every right, every privilege, every place that the Constitution of this country and the laws within it give to you. And I want all of you to know that regardless of whether or not you go to law school, regardless of whether or not you go to Pepperdine, that ownership is yours. And you can advocate for that with confidence that no matter how much anyone tries to take it away, they can't, because it belongs to you and you own it. And I encourage you to advocate for it like you're advocating for your own house. Advocate for it like it's yours. Justice Ginsburg once said that dissents are the words of the future, right? People look to dissents to see what will we be when we become. Be the dissenters, be the leaders, be the advocators for yourselves, for your communities. And I want to say to you, you know, I haven't spoken a lot about myself, but I am first generation Jamaican Canadian who's currently in the US on a work visa. I'm not even a resident. I'm on a piece of paper that I keep in my car because I'm scared they're going to kick me out. Okay, it's that serious. But here's what I do know. I have rights, and they can't take this law from me. They can't take my abilities from me, and I can advocate for that. And so if I, the descendant of Jamaicans who left their country and couldn't read, couldn't write, just had a dream that one day their granddaughter could go to a law school and sit as an assistant dean. If I can do that, you can do that, because it belongs to you and you own it. So wake up, right? There's a phrase now, to be woke. I encourage you to be woke about your own abilities, to be woke about the place that you can be in the law, to be woke about the future that you can have, to remember that it's bigger and it's brighter than you can ever imagine. And yes, it might come with hard work. Yes, you might have to miss a few happy hours. You might not be able to go to all of the soccer games. You might not be able to watch all of the finals. I remember my first year, I had to turn off the NBA finals, which was like pain to my soul. But I had to say, none of those NBA players are taking my final exams for me. I'm the only one who can sit in my class. So I had to stop this TV and focus on these finals. You might miss some of the things you really, really love. But at the end of it all is a seat at the table. And as I've heard someone say, if you're not seated at the table, then you're on the menu to be devoured. So get excited, pick up a fork, pick up a knife, right? And get ready to sit at the table and create a menu for yourselves. And that means you're going to take the LSAT. You're going to invest in yourself. You're going to get the best GPA you can. You're going to write those personal statements over and over and over. You're going to write an addendum. You're going to do the optional statement, the diversity statement, the statement that nobody told you you could write, but you'll just write it anyways, because why not? You'll do the interviews if they're offered. You'll connect with the people who offered to mentor you today. You can email me, all of you. If you got the Zoom link, you have my email because I sent it to you. And these people will do the work for you to support you to be in the place where you belong. And yes, we hope it's Pepperdine because we want you here. But if it's not, it's somewhere in the law where you all will be the advocates for the next generation. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for taking this time. We look forward to seeing what you become and where you will be. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.